Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Humble. What up, Brody? Hey, man, shout out to that song, Filthy, man. Check it out on Spotify, YouTube. Hey, man, that's the man, Jamal Milton. Amazing song, man. My man brings some amazing music. Shout out to the brother, Quantum Onlyism. What's up, Quantum?
What's going on, man? Fighting a little old cold, man. Can't get these sniffles and headache, but I'm over the headache for right now, but right. Just sitting at the house, man, going over material and learning. Had a nice little show this morning with Bennett Tent, so just starting the evening, man. Happy that I can join you on the panel. Shout out to all my Titans and everybody else that's fighting to be
already know. Shout out. We appreciate y'all engagement, man. We really do appreciate y'all engagement. Y'all are the reason why we do this. You feel me? We come up here, we bring, this information. Today, we're going to be going over the great debate, the Ase and Pitbull. Does the Bible have polytheistic origins? Man, and we just gonna give out, intake on it. Same what we saying. We just gonna give out overview on it. Hey, look, if y'all want to come up, y'all come on up here, give y'all input. Give y'all opinions, what y'all think about everything, and we gonna get into it from there. What you think about that, Quantum?
Shoot, sound good to me, man. Cause what we got the official judgment coming up, and so I think for everybody to just get theirs out, everybody got their opinion and how it went down. It went down too. I was happy to be a part of that debate, and the information was good. So I want to see how close it was. What I'm saying, what somebody with an unbiased view see while we're looking at it, and see if anybody else come up and say something. I give my analysis because I feel like I have a pretty unbiased view with it. And so I did a little bit of it. It ain't the official judgment, but, just our analysis. And I hope people come up and do it with us. That'll be real nice.
Right. So you got the video?
Yeah.
Already? All right.
Dude, let me add it to the stage real quick.
And before we play this video, I do got something quick to say real fast. I wanted, like, both of these brothers, brother Ase and brother Pitbull. These are my brothers from my home planet. Give me 1 second, y'all. I feel he's coming on. All right, both of these brothers are from my home planet, Bigo. If you downloaded Bigo, come check us out over there on the Ring of Fire. Sometimes you can catch me live, you can catch Ase live. And so I did a little bit of different things in this debate, did a little something different in this debate here and there, because I wanted these brothers to feel at home. You know what I'm saying? I wanted them to get comfortable. I wanted them to, become very familiar with the space. I didn't want them to feel like they had to hold anything back. So this is why you might see this debate go a little different, and that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, brother Quantum. Oh, wait, the Pitbull get back. Oh, where the fuck is my hoodie at, man? Hey, yo.
Only be available for that time.
All that. Is Pitbull in the comments, Quantum?
Somebody go get that coward. Somebody go get him.
My bad, I wasn't on the stage. He just stepped out for a second. He should be
somebody go get that little man.
Stepping back in. What's up today? How y'all doing, man?
You already know. What's up? It's your boy, Humble Mystic, hosting the man. Listen, this debate right here gonna be wild. My man Ase versus my man Pitbull. Does the Bible have polytheistic origins? My man Ase is on. Actually, my man Pitbull is on Ase is on affirmative, saying that it does, and Pitbull is arguing against that, saying that it does not. Y'all already know. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna let my brothers go what it is with their intros. What's up, brother Ase? We're gonna kick it off with brother Ase. Go ahead, brother Ase. Your 3 minutes starting now.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my 3 minutes because dog, he might not even show. He might have reconsidered even showing up to this thing. So what we finna do right now, man, is we're gonna have we gonna observe what the scholars say.
I can't hear y'all.
We gonna observe what the scholars say.
I'm pausing your time real quick, Ase. You can't hear his Pitbull. Mic check.
Pause that real quick.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yep, I think
we can hear you.
What up?
Shalom to you, brothers. What's happening?
How you doing, Pit, man? Shit, just in here about to do it.
I'm good, man. Just getting off the ground, you feel me?
Okay, that's good, man. We got a show for you. We just doing a little analysis of the debate before we get the official scorecard from the judges. I just went over the debate myself and did it in Humble, and a lot of people been talking about it, man. And so we was just gonna get people's views before we get the official judgment.
What up, brother Benny? And we see you down there in the comments, bro. What's up to you?
I think I need to step out real quick.
Yeah, go brother Pitbull, you muted out real quick. Are you there? Oh yeah. I think Quantum had to jump down real quick. I think he be back up. I can't even share the joint. What up, Pitbull? You there, Pitbull? Oh, there you go. He back. Yo, what up, Quantum? You back?
Oh yeah, now I'm back. My bad. What up, Pit? You there, Pit?
Yeah, he probably muted.
If you can, before we start this, Pit, can you give us a little rundown on how you felt during the debate now that you done rewatched it, and if you have anything you want to touch on that you think you might have missed or.
I think he having technical difficulties, Brody.
Okay, probably so. But if you can hear us, Pit, we're gonna go ahead and start this video back, and we'll get everybody's.
We got brother Ase in the comments. Okay, brother Ase.
Ase, and what up, Ase? I'm gonna go ahead and start this, humble.
All right. Hey, Quantum, drop him down.
Pitbull, you can't hear you. Probably gonna have to leave and come back. Can you hear me?
You can skip past. Can you like get specific?
Okay, he can't hear nobody. I'm gonna have to drop him in.
Yeah. Is we're going to shed that layer of pseudoism or that pure belief, just pure religion, right? With the idea that somehow Yahweh is these Israelites' God. We're going to show that Yahweh was not their original the God of that region. Absolutely not. So if Yahweh is not the original deity where the Israelites are even birthed, then who was? Who was?
Right.
What was going on?
Pitbull, can you hear Ase?
I can hear y'all now.
All right.
Hey, real quick.
Go ahead.
I need to send you my slides.
Send them to Quantum. Matter of fact, you can send them to me. Yeah, I'm on the laptop. You can send them to me. You want to send them to me through Facebook or what? Or Gmail?
I'm gonna have to do the email.
I'm about to send you my email right now on Facebook. You can skip past this Quantum. All right, Pitbull, send them to me. Email on Facebook. Just let me know when you sent them, Pip.
Where was I? We just here to really dispel that idea, that flagrant foul on the play that the Hebrew Israelites may do, and a lot of other Jews do as well, with this crazy idea that this southern Midianite warrior, young deity at that, is somehow now transitioned into a father god, elder, a wise, and all of these things that are just are attributes of El. If I do have to say so myself, and we're going to look at a lot more polytheism within the text and then with these guys as well, because this is just a theme. This is a theme, and so the things I'm going to show here today are not things that we haven't already seen before, right? Like, we're not new to this stuff. those are actually been in the conscious community, actually looking at it and doing their observation historically, archaeologically, right? Studying what the archaeologists are saying, looking at the pottery, what's left behind, and it all heads to the site polytheism. We see polytheism all throughout that history of these people, you know, and we'll observe the shift into monotheism as well. We'll observe how even when the Bible presents itself to us, it's not monotheism. It's not monotheism. It's impossible. So we're going to observe this. We'll see all of these things. Of course, I've always had the scholars to back me. I'm pretty sure my partner's going to, I said my partner. My opponent is going to come here with a lot of religion, a lot of dogma, a lot of biblical narratives that have been created through the Masoretic understanding to promote this ideology of this one world God who is responsible for everything. When we actually observed, that was not his role at first. So that's my time, man, on my introduction. Let y'all know what y'all should be privy to coming into this debate and what y'all should be expecting from me. So, yeah, you can pass it over to Dude and let him come on in.
Most definitely. It's on you, Pitbull. Hold on, let me get his screen and stuff together first. Hey man, you need to get us some better Wi-Fi.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, hear you. It's on you now, Pitbull. Your 3 minutes starting now, bro.
Shalom. It's Pitbull at 144. I'm here on behalf of Deuteronomy 32:7 and a couple of other topics, but mainly that. My opponent is claiming that in this verse of the Torah that there's multiple deities there. My aim is to show that that's not true, number one, and also show that the God of Israel is not all these other gods and these other pantheons. And I'm going to show this by showing all of the deities in this region, you know, this Levantine area, and how their gods are different in their particular pantheon. And the Bible also relates to this as well when he talks about in the chapter Deuteronomy that he chose and took Israel for his portion, right? And made them his people, setting apart them and himself from all other deities that these other nations serve. Now, my opponent has a very, in my opinion, ambidextrous and outdated viewpoint on this, because he's going to be showing a lot of parallels in information in words and verbiage that come from the same language group to try and solidify his point. But what it's not going to be able to show is the equalness in how the text that he's trying to describe harmonize together when they don't. He's going to have to show that they are actually indicating the same. Parallels do not equal the same. Similarities do not equal the same. So I want you guys to pay close attention to his attempt to give you parallel information. And like I said, according to the scholars, outdated information with some of the framework that he's going to try to use in this debate. And that's what we're going to do here tonight. So I, sit back, get your popcorn, and enjoy what we're about to do here. Show up, shout out to the platform. Shout out to Humble. Shout out to Ase even. But we finna get it cracking though.
All right. As y'all heard, this is these brothers' intros. We now gonna move on to the first round. 10 minutes. Brother Ase, are you ready? All right.
Let's go. Let's get it in, bro.
Go ahead.
So let's go.
Now.
We dealing with the two God Bible. Multiple text inscriptions and linguistic evidence point to a divine council headed by who? El, with Yahweh originally functioned as one of the members of that council before latest Jewish theology moved towards exclusive monotheism, which we'll talk about later. Many historians of ancient Israelite religion argue that biblical monotheism did not appear all at once. Instead, it developed over centuries from an earlier environment in which multiple divine beings were acknowledged. The debate is about how that development occurred, not whether later Judaism became firmly monotheistic, right? Because that's lame. So let's go. Let's go. Who was Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh before Israel adopted him? The oldest biblical tradition often portrays Yahweh as a deity associated with southern regions. We see Seir, Paran, Teman, Edom. El was originally a supreme deity, while Yahweh was a southern warrior deity. Yahweh is later identified with El. Thus, El's title becomes Yahweh's title. This would explain why later texts treat Yahweh as a creator and supreme ruler, while the older traditions preserve distinctions between Elyon and Yahweh. As we'll see right here, you'll see Edom, Midian, that's all below Canaan, all southern. Some more on Yahweh from the south. When you open the book itself in Habakkuk 3:3, it says, God came from Teman in a holy mount, from Mount Paran, Selah. Deuteronomy 33:2, Yahweh came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth from Mount Paran. It's all in the south, family. Judges 5:4-5, Yahweh, when you went out from Seir, when you marched from the region of Edom, marching from one region to another region, these are the attributes of a warrior deity. Mm-hmm. When you march from the region of Edom, the earth trembled. Together, these passages depict Yahweh as coming from the south, Seir, Edom, Teman, Paran, Sinai, rather than originating in traditional Canaan heartland. This is one reason scholars propose that Yahweh worship entered Israel from southern regions and was later identified with El, the older high god of the West Semitic pantheons. Can you pause this right here? Here's a map, family. Edom is north of Mount Sinai. So if he came from Sinai, he was deep. He was deep in the south. Then he hit Mount Seir.
Yup. Oh, so what Ase just pulled up, I think, is one of the strongest points in this whole debate. Not just because the scholars say it, but because this is what we see on an anthropological level, right? This is why the Bronze Age collapse is so important to their history, which they seem to know little about, right? And so the reason they always equate Yahweh with Israel, and then they say that Yahweh was so far back in history, right, is because they're not truly familiar with the journey of the Shashu and Edom and what was going on in that region. They only look at that through a biblical lens. And that was a very strong point that he pointed out there on the scholastic level, that say you can't just look at this on a biblical lens. When you look at this on an archaeological lens, this is what we see through cultural aspects. You see what I'm saying? So that was pretty strong right there. Go ahead, Quantum. Yo, Quantum.
Over here, went across the street to Mount Paran, then come up to Edom. But if you let these Hebrews tell you, Edomites, God hated Edom. God hated Esau, hated him from the womb. When we do our archaeology, we find out that he actually coming from that way. This is where he coming from. And then we'll get to that later. Oh, here we go right here. Who did the Midianites and the Edomites worship? Hebrews? Can you tell us? No, you cannot. The Bible does not clearly preserve the names of specific Midianite gods as a defined Midianite pantheon. Instead, it mostly described the Midianites in relation to Israel's God, right? Because he's mentioning, he says, "For I knew you," and he has association with Edom. He's not disassociating himself. He has associated. He even goes as far as to tell you that you cannot abhor Edomite. So, it's a strong possibility because even be their God as well. Moses' father-in-law is a Midianite priest in Exodus 3:1. In Exodus 18:1, he is called priest of Midian. But interestingly, he recognizes and blesses
Can
Yahweh
you pause
after
it real
hearing
quick,
the Exodus story.
Can you bring Ben Eaton comment up on the screen? All right, Ben Eaton. So if we was to go back in the video, the reason I said you say in your opinion he kind of ruined this point with the Yahweh thing. The reason the Yahweh thing was so important is because it lets you know that Yahweh wasn't a major figure, right, in that region. El was. And it also shows the polytheism that was going on in that region. That's why that was so important. This was going on way before we had it. And this is why people like myself, right? We say the Bible is the birth certificate of the culturalistic ties that was going on during that time. Because without the Yahweh thing being added, you don't have the aspects of the Edomite culture that you have within Israel, like he's explaining now. You feel me? So if you got something, come on up here and don't be listening to King J Ben Eaton. I don't know why you do that to yourself, bro. Don't be listening to King J, bro. He running everybody into a brick wall with him. He don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, CJ, feel free to come up too, Ben, if you want to. We're just doing a little analysis of the debate, and you say he ruined this point. I don't know. That's
like even right here, right? It say who did the Midianites and Edomites worship, right? It say the Midianites. It say the Bible does not clearly preserve the name of a specific Midianite god. Indefinite Midianite pantheon. Instead, it mostly describes the Midianites god in relation to Israel's God, right? Yahweh El, right? And so that right there even lets you know that during this time, something happened where these two gods merged. And throughout that course of history, they stay merged, right? Taking the other epithets. Now, the Israelites reject this because they reject the polytheistic theory. But when you actually, like Ase is doing now, when you actually go into the archaeology, and even if you don't want to listen to what the experts say, right? There's enough of this stuff online. Whereas though, if you want to do your own little research or anything of that nature, you can, and you'll find the same things they found, right? Cultural overlapping. You feel me? So this is why I say don't be listening to King J and people like that. Don't listen, man. Hey, don't ever. You can't.
What?
You can't. When you start to use King J as a yoke, he told me this, and I gotta come back and tell this to the people. You start to lose credibility.
Hey, humble.
Also, really, before you go in, I want to give it to you, Ben. But before you go in, I want to can you pop King Herc message up here?
Yeah.
Hey, my man Nappa was supposed to come on. My brother Nappa was supposed to come on. He had some technical difficulties, but he most definitely said he'll be on next week, man. Hey, I think that's gonna be a powerful build. I think if y'all are not studied on that subject matter, even if you want to go do a little touch up just so you could be ready and prepared for what this brother have to bring, and this is an intelligent brother. I spend a lot of time with him over on my home planet as well on Bigo. And man, he really know how to get the listener's ear. He's very logical and practical. He don't be with all that flim flam stuff. He ain't up here trying to trick the people. He's going to bring you the scholarship of what's being talked about. And in that conversation, we're going to be diving into you know, a little bit of the topics of the origins of consciousness and things of that nature. So be on the lookout, y'all. Be on the lookout. Go ahead, brother Benny, and go ahead, Benny. And thank you, brother Quantum. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hey, peace. Hey, I'm at work, so I'm gonna be on. I'm gonna jump off. But hey, humble. I would never, brother. I would never listen to I would never listen to a word that King J said. Now, my point in saying that was because you're gonna see later on that he takes that idea that King J be talking about so much about the Mari tablets and the Yahweh, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was with Ashe with his, supporting the Edomite hypothesis that, Yahweh has a southern Transjordan origin. I'm cool with that. But now I was cool up until he used that with King J, because then it kind of ruined his point, because he jumped all the way to Mari, and now it's like, okay, it kind of confuses the audience, because now you got to ask the question, okay, well, does this really support your hypothesis? Does it detract from your hypothesis? Because this is an entirely different thing than what you're trying to say. But that kind of threw me off a little bit. But that's why I say I blame King J for just even, just keep running his mouth about that. But Ashe's presentation was good. I loved it, man. It was cool. But that was the only part that kind of threw me off. That's what I meant, though. But I would never, humble. I would never.
Because King J, although he claimed to be a Kimite, right? He got that uncle. As I told him, I'm gonna take that uncle off his face. Man, this man dive more into that Bible. He know more about the Bible than he know about anything Kemetic.
Yeah, King J spread himself too thin, man. He like Indiana.
He's a Hebrew under Kemetic clothing, man. You know, I got them sheep wolves under sheep clothing. That's what he is.
But yeah, I'm gonna jump back off, man. I'm listening to the show, man. Y'all doing a good job. I love it.
Thanks for coming up, Ben.
Yes, sir.
Pitt.
What up, Pitt?
Yo, shalom, man. What's going on? I'm just tapping back in. Like I said, I just got off.
How was your day going, brother?
It's going excellent, man. It's Friday. We get to kick back, So I'm enjoying the show. Chime in when needed. I'm gonna kind of try to stay out the way because I was in a debate, so I don't want to add too much feedback.
Hey,
but
man,
I might, because what you just said, I wanted to push back on, but I'll wait.
That was one thing I'm gonna give Pitbull. When Pitbull is locked in, bro, his speech be eloquent as shit. You be like, yo, ain't no way this nigga up here talking like, ain't no way this country bunking up this. And this is why I be feeling over. Don't you know how I want to get in the ring, but I don't know if I got. Yo, like, because I come across brothers like Pitbull, I be like, yo, Omar, like, it don't matter, like, nigga. Like, it be people like Pitbull, bro. You hear him on Bigo and he getting it in, but again, we ain't got no referee, so that's just how we do it. But when he locked in and focused, man, my man switch it up on you.
Definitely. Pitt, but before we continue, I asked
what's up, brother?
If you wanted to give us a little bit of back down real quick about how you think points you think you touched on good, points you think he might have touched on good, and or matter of fact, we'll just wait to the end. We'll just finish watching that.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends.
Yeah, that'll work.
If you got something you want to say based off of what Ashe's saying, hey, we just giving out how we see what we see, things of that nature. You feel me? So if you feel like he said something, you just like, yo, this is how I knew I had him, or something like that.
Right.
Let us know.
Well, my whole thing is, coming into the debate, I knew he was going to do a lot of parallels, and he actually admitted it during the debate. And one thing I found fascinating was he was showing all the other pantheons, but he never connected to what the actual Hebrew people believe, right? And he never connected it to actually what they followed in culture and practice and etc. on a large scale according to the God of the Torah. He shows similitudes and symbolatry and some practices, but by and large, it did not involve the complete Hebrew culture. And it shows a difference because the biblical text is so expressive and it's so possessive, this deity of the Hebrews. And I don't think he connected that well at all. And I honestly just think he showed a lot of parallels. I'll get a little deeper on it as we watch more.
Got you.
Okay, but real fast,
Yeah.
go in and we're going to go in after this. We're going to go in after this.
All right.
I think in y'all first round, so when we deal with Israel, right, we have to deal with, quote unquote, definitely when we dealing with y'all Israelites, we have to deal with two parts of Israel. We have to deal with a group of people who was the quote unquote proto-Israelites and what they were doing and what their customs was looking like, against what the later on Israelites who were claimed to be Israelites were doing. Because in between that came a lot of mixing and messing with and tampering with and things of that nature, right? So
exactly,
I think in the first round when y'all was making y'all points, when Ashe was touching the proto-Israelite joint, that's why I say you was coming back with some shit too. So we
right.
let me not keep doing that. My bad, y'all. But you was coming back with some stuff too. You feel me? That's why I was saying, even what Ben Eaton was saying, that's why that was so valid, because we know y'all say that by the time y'all came into Israel, y'all was already by the time y'all came into Canaan, y'all was already Israel. You see what I'm saying? And so
right. So and that's my point. And we see the Canaanites arriving in that region around the same time with that God that I brought out, QOS, which is pronounced coast. So when we look into the history of that, and that's one thing I got to get on you about, because you never shared the screen of that on your fact check so the people could see exactly what was said. And I'm not saying, it didn't say what you said, but we'll never know. But
it was
due to the fact that
out that Pitbull,
rightfully so. But I did enough research on it.
Real fast.
Go ahead, brother.
So when we on our home planet, we got everything. We got the judges there. We got the facts there. We got everything.
Absolutely.
You feel me? So I wanted y'all to feel at home, because I know when we debating over in the home planet, if you ask for a fact check, you getting one.
Oh, no doubt. And like I said, I know you did your due diligence. I would have just liked the people to see what you actually pulled up. That's the only thing. It's not a huge deal, because this is why we do debates. So you could go and fact check these things for yourself, and we encourage people to do that, so that we are doing an educational debate where it's edifying the people, something that you might have not known. And I know for a fact most people don't know about that deity.
That's a fact. Yeah.
But these are the things that he tried to run away from. I feel he didn't really get into that, and I find that strange.
Now watch this. You gonna have Capone talking about Coast?
I hope so, man. And that was the point in bringing him out and showing that they actually had a national deity that they referenced, right? Outside of them doing what the text says, which was to follow Yahuwah, because they are the brothers of the Israelites, right? We ain't never gonna run from that because of who they are and what they became. But the reverence in that is they chose not to follow the God of the Torah and follow Kos. And it's proven throughout history, antiquity, because I didn't get to bring it out, and I got to let the people know I was working off of my cell phone and not my PC. I actually got to put this thing in the shop, because the day of the debate, I went to get on it, and my screen was just black. I couldn't get it to power on, or the monitor power. The PC powered on, but my monitor connection, something's going on with that. So that's why I couldn't. I wasn't as effective as I normally would have been.
Gotcha. And that's
listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I need a new little charger port for my other laptop as well. So I'm working on a whole nother laptop I'm trying to get used to. So I know how that can set you back. Come on, bro. Let's get back into the debate, brother Quana.
Bet. Get this back up here.
Hey, Jay Snakes, you want to ask any questions? You want to get any conversations? You got to come up on the panel, bro.
in 1810, 1812. Some same for the Edomites, no God name, none is mentioned. But for the Ammonites and the Moabites, their gods are listed. In 1 Kings 11:7, they say, then Solomon built a high place for Shamash. Ain't Solomon a Hebrew? Here we go, more Hebrews in there, and they're in their polytheistic way. Then Solomon built a high place for Shamash, the abomination of Moab, on the mountain east of Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the Ammonites. Keep going.
Pause that right there. Pause that. Pause that.
This is where we get to.
Hold up. Hey, Pitbull, you got an answer for that, bro. What's Solomon doing building a temple to Shamash, bro? Where Pitbull at? Pitbull.
I'm right here, brother. What was you saying now about Shamash?
What's Solomon? You got an answer for that, bro. What's Solomon doing building a temple to Shamash?
Again, when we look at the Hebrew text, it talks about the Hebrews or the forefathers of the Hebrews that were under Yahuwah already had broke a covenant with him, right? And then the Israelites that came after them through the seed was to covenant. What the covenant was to be renewed and restored through those actual people. So we can clearly see in the text itself, they were performing idolatry and punished for it. So just because a nation or a group of people disobeys their God does not mean that they're polytheistic. That means that they were doing what the text actually says, which is commit idolatry.
Now, this is hold on. Because y'all can't keep saying every time the Israelites was worshiping another god, that's idolatry.
That's literally what is called in the text.
That's because all right, how you okay, but in that time period where culture is changing and culture is shifting, here by the way, the people, by the way, did worship Shamash at a certain point of time. I'm not on my other laptop, man. But going into that, the reason that's important is because we understand this is a time period where cultures are converging and cultures are mixing, and statuses are changing, right? So if there's one influential culture over another influential culture, right, and they start to worship that god as the chief at that time, as the more patriotic deity at that time, y'all can't then just, instead of y'all being honest and saying, all right, there was a cultural shift, you see what I'm saying? So yeah, they worship this god, but they didn't just worship this god, they tied this god into their own god. Instead of y'all saying that, y'all say, oh no, that was idolatry worship.
Why would we say that when the rules that were already set out by their God before they went to worship these other deities had already been a premise to the understanding? And again, they were punished for doing so. So when we look at all of these things according to the text outside of theology, we have to deal with what the text describes and prescribes to the people. That's how it goes. We can't then make up our own thesis to why and how these things occur outside of the finding facts through the text. Again, it actually agrees with the text when we look at it for what it is, because they had already had a deity. They were still being punished for things by doing that. And I want to add that Abraham is the progenitor of the Hebrews, and I would say not a Hebrew in the sense he was called the Hebrew after understanding and leaving his father's house that was the maker of deities.
Hey, now I do want you to know I just bust your sister Chosen here earlier because she was trying to prove Capone started talking about Capone and Ashe was talking about anachronisms, and I pulled up of the Chaldea, and she was trying to prove that Abraham was really from a place called of the Chaldea, and I brought up the Dead Sea Scrolls, number one, which when we talk about figures like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, right? And we set a time place for these people to exist. Even when we go to the Bible, right? Now, this be my issue with the Israelites. And after this, we're gonna go in and we're gonna keep going. When what the Bible say don't align with history, y'all choose the Bible over history, right? And it's not right. So when Egyptologists mislead information, we automatically go and do our own research and say, all right, bam, okay, we see how you'll mess this up. But when it's come down to the Bible and history, y'all try to use that same aim not to trust the history. But it's not one or two or three anthropologists and historians and linguists saying this. All of them are saying this, but y'all still choose to go with the Bible. And I'm like, it don't make sense, because Abraham is said to live in 2000 BC, but the environment in which he's living in is closer to the Bronze Age, the late Bronze Age of that.
The thing that most people from your stance that take this one argumented side, and this is what I drilled home in the debate, and this is why I definitely feel like I won the debate, because he is debating me with information that is still being debated.
We lost the signal. Mic check 1 2 1.
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, there you go. He back.
I said, but we're dealing with a one-sided argument, right? And this is what my opponent did, and I called this out so much during the debate, and it feel like it makes me understand and know that this is why I took the victory in this debate, because all of the theology that he brought out, and I'll get into what you said here in just a second, but I want to establish this premise in understanding first, that majority, if not all of the information that he brought out is still being debated amongst scholars today. So there's no emphatical fact to say that what he brought out is true at all. But the evidence and the preponderance of things that were brought out on my end according to the text can't be argued. You see what I'm saying? There's no way he could argue that. And that's why he never really referenced the Bible unless he was going to pull out El or a deity that he feels is connected to the other pantheons. He didn't really deal with the text. He tried to use the text to his advantage to say these things because we're playing on words. But now, furthermore, to deal with the Ur of Chaldea, this is another thing that is being discussed rather than debated, but they're trying to find a primitive line using how the text is written, right, from the modernized sense of Ur of the Chaldea would represent that region, not those actual people at that time. This would be a geographical location marker, not the exact location. It's not giving you an exact location. You understand? So a lot of times that gets misconstrued with what is being conveyed, because we know he made the journey according to the text.
Okay. Most definitely. Let's get it in, Quantum.
To the meat. Already. First round popping off. Dead Sea Scrolls version. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, when you read these, because I've seen somebody even in the comments before the debate started, they said that the Masoretic lines up with the original Torah Pentateuch. That's not with the original Samaritan Pentateuch. That's not true. We'll observe this right here, because the Samaritan Pentateuch aligns up with the Dead Sea Scroll, which aligns up with the Greek Septuagint. So what does it say? When the Elion divided the nations, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the numbers of the sons of God. Who is God right here? That's Yod Hey Wah Hey, Yahweh. But Yahweh portion was his people. Jacob, his allotted inheritance. No, it's according. I'm sorry. according to the number of the sons of God. Here, God is El. But Yahweh's portion was his people. Jacob, his allotted inheritance. The oldest textual witnesses of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Greek Septuagint. The phrase is sons of God. When you go into the Masoretic, they changed that. Now we're dealing with the sons of Israel. They taken away that divine counsel epithet that was going on. Scholars such as Mark M. Smith argues that this passage depicts Elyon, which would mean El, the Most High, because you can't say that it means God and God. That'd just be crazy. So we see the name for the God right here is El. Elyon means the highest God, the high God. So it wouldn't be God, the high God. It will be El, the Elyon, assigning the nations to divine beings. And here we go, Yahweh receiving Israel as his allotted nation. This resembles the divine council known from the text
right here, like
where the God El presides
real
over
quick,
the
if I may.
deities, where El is the
Pause
father
it,
deities.
Like these quantidations, how he's quantifying what he's saying with the text outside of the actual text. He's not showing where these things are actual, because I brought out the fact that they're all using the same linguistical framework from that region in language, coming from the Asiatic Semitic language group. So if we say El references a deity, like in the Ugaritic, for an example, we know El just means high God, but it never describes which high God. So when you keep trying to say that El is a deity, yes, it's a deity, but which one? That's all.
So I think this was hold on one second.
We've been talking about that.
So I think this is where like a lot of people miss when El is brought up in relation to the mixture of Yahweh worship and the Israelites and why El is so important, because it's very plain, even during this time, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls, it's very plain that, and this is why the Hebrews have to make a distinction between history and the Bible, because during this time in history, it's very plain that the Canaanites and the Shashu were merged. It's very plain. It's not until the Bible was conceived did they take away they tried to take away a little bit of the Canaanite aspect for the polytheism and make it monotheism.
But here's the problem with that statement, real quick, Humble. The problem with that statement is the scholars themselves, and you can fact check this right now if you would like. You're dealing with one side of the coin when we have other scholars on the mainstream level that are saying the Shasu of Yahuwah doesn't even mean a people is connected to a land. Now we're being scholarly honest when we say things like that on top of what you just said. You see, that is the argument that is still going on to this day, but it doesn't mention that. But I did, and that's just the facts, because we don't see these attributes in El the same as we do in Yahuwah. The laws are not the same. The all of the things that make the deity of the Torah versus the deity of El, in how they're distinct, and we both gotta agree that scholars say that they're distinctive because of those reasons, and this is why it's still argued. But he didn't. Of course, he's not going to say that during the debate, but I did.
Okay, so listen, let's read. Right, I'm gonna tell you my prompt. I said, according to modern day scholarship, what is the connection of the Shasha of Yahweh? Is it connected to the people or a land? In scholarly research, the phrase Shasha of Yahweh found in Egyptians' typographical list from the New Kingdom period is subject of sufficient debate. Scholars generally interpret it as the term of Shashu as a designated for nomadic or semi-nomadic groups, often described as Bedouin, like who inhabited regions of southern Levant, the Transjordan, and Sinai. Scholarly discussions regarding whether Yahu referred to the land or the people is nuanced. It is a land, it's a typographical context. The term appears in Egyptian inscriptions such as those at the temples of Solab and Amara West, where it is preceded by the Egyptians' word, the T, which means land of. This structure, T Sawi, the land of the Shashu, often precedes a name. Okay. Geographic designation. Many scholars view Yahweh as these lists as geographical references, consonants with other entries, Egyptians, execration, or typographical lists that catalog locations of foreign nemesis, territories. Because of these lists often feature lists of typonyms. Many researchers argue that Yahweh represents specific location and wilderness or territory associated with the nomadic group. Is it a people or a deity? Earliest evidence of a god is a widely held view that the Yahweh is the earliest known extra biblical reference to the deity Yahweh. In this interpretation, the Shashu of Yahweh refers to a group of people who identify themselves by their deity, similar to how other groups were labeled by their ancestral tribe leader or patron god. The tribal connection, because the Shashu was a lifestyle designation rather than an ethnic one, it could refer to diverse groups. Some scholars propose that Yahweh might have been the name of a tribe or clan that eventually became associated with the worship or deity of Yahweh, potentially forming the basis of later Israelite identity. Right? So it's a what is the scholarly consensus? It's a there is no absolute scholarly consensus, as the evidence is limited on these specific subjects based on the Egyptian inscriptions. But it's the consensus lean towards the people heavenly, but it is not definite. So we're going off the scholarly consensus, right? The scholarly consensus said there's no absolute, just like you said, Pitbull. However, there's a point to that it do favor, if both going against scholar versus scholar, the scholarly consensus favors, right, the people more than it favors the land.
That doesn't change the fact that there's no primitive fact to say that it is. This is just their assumption according to what they see. But we can and must understand that we're dealing with a people group in a region that are all doing similar things. This does not make them be worshiping and following the same thing. And again, we have to go now back to the cultures and practices. The Shashu of Yahuwah, you would have to point out which nomadic group that is, number one, to say that, oh, it is the Hebrews. Which that were very populations, very many populations of nomadic people in that region during that time. So to just try and narrow it down to one specific group, when you got, for an example, how Canaan in Israel sat right next, Edom's nation and Israel's nation were brothers. They were border neighbors. They were right next to each other. And this is why a lot of the times they say that their national god did not get a high reverence because of their brotherhood with the Hebrews. So there's a lot of internal avenues that we must travel to even go with the scholars' consensus. All we can say is we don't know. We can't say because it favors more that this is what it is. We can only say we don't know, man. It's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. I see that point. Let's get into it, Quantum. Let's get into it.
Right? So for this man, for them to say that this God is the God of the entire earth, he created everything. For in the beginning, the word was formless without void, they said. And he came on and he added everything. How can you give him a portion of something? That's like me buying a pizza and I so order the pizza, you as a guest who I'm feeding tell me what I'm going to get. That ain't how that works. And Yahweh is the most high. He only becomes the most high to Israel. So we'll go on to Psalm 82. Let's observe the divine council. God stands in the assembly of El. In the midst of the gods, he judges. The Hebrew uses Elohim twice. Elohim stands in the council of El. Among the Elohim, he judges. The straightforward reading is that one deity is addressing other divine beings. The later Jewish and Christian interpreters often reinterpret these beings as angels or human judges, but many scholars view the psalm as preserving an older divine council tradition. Here we have on the right, Michael Coogan and Marquez Smith put this good one together. Stories from ancient Canaan, where they go in on this. We'll talk about them both, Michael D. Coogan and Marquez Smith later. Psalm 89, 5-7, describe the assembly of the holy ones and the sons of God. Notice every time it says sons of God, it's saying the sons of El. It ain't never go present you a verse that says sons of Yahweh, because that ain't what he do. The imagery again parallels the councils of gods found in the Canaanite religion. Genesis chapter 6, verses 1-4. The sons of God take wives from the human women and produce the Nephilim. Ancient Jewish texts such as 1 Enoch interpret these beings as heavenly divine entities. The passage assumes the existence of supernatural beings distinct from Yahweh, demigods even, if you would. Right? Keep going. Yahweh, El, was not originally identical. That's what we had to just break down. So we see on the right, we see El. And they done did all of this stuff for Yahweh. They done called him El. They didn't even call him Baal. For in the Hebrew, the word Baal is Lord. So if you think that they ain't calling Yahweh Baal, then you thought wrong. So you see how you get this mix up when you get to dealing with this Masoretic? See how you get this mix up? So we got three deities here. We got El right here. Baal, who is almost in competition and trying to get El's spot in the Ugaritic Baal cycle. And then we have Yahweh. Ancient Northwest Semitic religion had a chief deity named El. Characteristics later applied to Yahweh were originally associated with El. We go break that down. El was the creator, father of the gods, an ancient king, and most important, the most high God. Many scholars argue that Israelite religion gradually merged Yahweh with El. Yahweh stole El's identity, plain as day. When you imagine the old bearded individual in relation to God, that is literally El's portrayal. They don't have the academic honesty to admit this. We all done seen it. Big white dude, long gray beard, long gray hair, supposed to be like the representation of an old wise man.
All right. That is time. Hey, my man Ase over there dropping bombs, man. My man Ase over here dropping bombs. Hey, Pitbull, you ready? I hope you ready, Brody. I hope you got something to fight back with.
Yeah. Start me off with that 60-round piece. I'm gonna ease into it and get some of that. And then I sent you two clips. One was like a 10 slide, and then I had a 66 slide. I'm gonna pull a lot from that 66, but I'm gonna base it off that 10 slider.
All right, hold on one second. Let me go back. All right, so which one you want me to pull first?
Yeah, start with that one right there. Is that 10 slider or a 66 slider?
I think this got 10 slides in it, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this 10 slides.
Yeah, let's start with this. I'm gonna do like the first 5 of these.
All right, hold on. Let me blow it up for you real quick.
I'm not on my computer. That's why I'm not camming up. I'm not on my computer. All right. Can you make it a little bit bigger?
Let's get it. Hold on.
Because I'm on my phone, bro. All right. So let's deal with these regional deities versus Yahuwah set apartness, like my opponent's trying to claim. Notice how he's saying parallels, just like I said, right? But when we get to the Hebrew text, which has their own language, right? All of these different pantheons that he's mentioning have their own set language, but they all draw from the same family root, right? Semitic languages, Levant language, that Afro-Asiatic, right? So when we use words like El, right? These are titles in the Hebrew understanding because he actually gives a name in the text. But let's deal with Deuteronomy 32:7 for a minute. We're going to get back to that. So it says right here in the text, it says Yahuwah, the Lord, Elohim did.
Can you pause this real fast? Hey, Pitbull, is you there?
What's up, bro?
Hey, are you going to sit here, or I'm going to ask you this question.
Go ahead.
Is Proto-Hebrew or is what you would call Proto-Hebrew and Phoenician Canaanite, are those the same scripts?
Similar, but no, not the same exact. No. It's very close and rich to each other, but they're not the same emphatically. We see this in the Hebrew script. Now we know for a fact that also a lot of the sentiments and what is written in that are different than what the Hebrews follow. For example, having temples in different locations outside of what the text inscribes. And remember, in their own inscripts, they're appealing to the actual Hebrews to help with the rebuild of the temple actually that's in Jerusalem, but yet they had their own. You see what I'm saying? Which is illegal. And this is why the Hebrews in their own text rejected them. And in the Torah as well rejected them. You see, so we gotta really look at how, like you said, history is showing these things alongside what the Hebrew text is saying. Not to mention, we know it was translations of translations of translations, and a lot of things got lost, especially dealing with the Greek, because in the Greek language they could not pronounce all of the Hebrew characters. Is that not true?
Well, we know that when
is that not true?
No, because they the same languages, bro.
No,
when you
no.
When the
No, I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
But I'm talking about when you put that information up next to a translated Greek manuscript. You see what I'm saying?
That language don't even come close to a Hebrew, Greek manuscript. But that's why when the archaeologists go to, for an example, Tel Aviv, right? And they go on a hillside, right? And they look at the pottery, they look at the writing, right? They look at the lifestyle of the pastoralists. It's heavily influenced by Canaan. That's Canaanite culture right there.
Why would you say it's Canaanite culture when there were more than Canaanites in that region doing the same nomadic things, praise and worships in ways, right? Well, that some are similar. Hold on, some are similar, but there are things that are within their pantheons that are way out of the way of what the Hebrews do. So again, you're doing the very thing that he and I had this debate on premisely wise, is showing parallels in what these people did culturally when they were pretty much heavily indulged in the same culture. But the only thing that set these people apart was their deities, how they practice and how they worship their deities in certain things of that nature, their dietary laws, for an example. There are many things that set them apart. And this is why the archaeologists and this is why all of the scholars that argue these very things that he and I debated in this debate till this day is because of those differences. There's so much information that shows, first of all, uncertainty, and then second of all, which is most importantly, culturally, they're different. So again, when we start to see these things envelop, this is why the Torah was able to take a form outside of all of these other texts and stand by itself. It's a actual documented text within these premises of what we debated, which, remember, the debate was about Deuteronomy 32:7. And this is why after he took the debate, I feel like he tried to kind of run from that topic and throw that origin story stuff in there. But if we go into, let's for an example, Kemet, all of the pantheons in Kemet that coming out of Nubia have a creation story. Nubia has a creation story because we know that, according to you, I've heard you say it, that the people of Nubia became, it's kind of like that Hebrew Canaanite thing. The people of Nubia became what we know as the Egyptians or Kemet, right?
Yeah.
So right. You know, we throw the Egyptian in there every once in a while, but you know what I mean, Kemet. So what I'm saying is, we see that they had 2 priesthoods, 2 to 3 priesthoods set up. I'm not talking about dynasty wise, but I'm talking about between Nubia and Kemet, and how how they reverence their deity, although the title didn't change, right? They kept them, didn't change. But we can see that they had 2 different temples in 2 different time periods, and we understand that how they did things in these temples had changed from its original understanding, right? It totally changed. But when we go over here to the Levant, we see the same culture like set up, but the difference is their deities were different. Although they shared titles, symbolatry, and etc., they had different attributes. And that's something that we can't ignore, that my opponent in this debate wanted to ignore. And this, like I said, he didn't want to deal with that text.
Hey, Pitbull, get up here, Brody. Get up here. You know, don't be hiding down there in them comments, Pitbull. Get up here. I mean, I apologize.
I'm already up here.
You know, man, listen, you know I
GD, come on up.
Listen, you know I get into it with y'all too so much. You know what I'm saying? But come on up here, Capone. Don't be hiding down there in the comments, bro. I see you.
No doubt. Yeah, come on up.
Get into it, y'all. We're gonna get into it, y'all. Go ahead, Quantum. Oh, Quantum, man. But hey, before you even hit it, is there anything you want to get in? Quantum. That's if he there. Yo.
My bad, humble. My bad. I was you know how these computers be sometimes. I touched something and it went to a whole different screen. Now I'm gonna just give my last analysis on the full debate at one time.
Okay. All right, go ahead, bro. You can play
at the end, so everybody bet.
What slide is this? Now you got to start at the top. That's not the first slide.
This is the first slide. Hold on. Yeah, this is the first slide right here. Hold on. Yeah, first slide.
It must be backwards. But I'll go from here. It's cool.
You want me to bring up the 66 and see what that shows?
Yeah, let's do the 66, bro.
All right, hold on. Let me
that's not even in the order.
All right, stop the time, bro.
And I already paused this time. It's at 52 seconds.
Okay.
It ain't gonna work, brother. It ain't gonna work. You doing parallels.
All right, let's share this right here.
I'm gonna show this set of partners. And you just admit all these nations got deities. According to their text, my text, and everybody else's text.
You want to see right here?
Yeah, let's start there. Let's just rock off this. You associate across the ancient Near East pantheons, right? So we're gonna delve into this for a minute. We start the time and go to the first slide on this here. And this is a map of that region. So everybody in this region spoke the same dialect or had spoke from the same family root in linguistics, right? Out of the same origins. So similarities in pronunciating in certain meanings, right, could parallel. But what we don't see in this Hebrew understanding, right, is it's set apart from all these other deities. Let's go to the next slide.
All right. Hold on one second.
All right. So again, So again, Deuteronomy 37:12, this is showing Yahuwah alone, right? This understanding through the Hebrew construct. There's no other way to place this when it comes down to this specific people. So all these things that are outside of what he said, does not apply to what the Hebrews did within their culture, because all these other deities, like he admitted, all these other nations, like he admitted, had their own deities. So let's get into it. In Deuteronomy 32:8, right? It says in the Hebrew text, when the Most High divided and gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the people according to the numbers of the sons of Elohim, or God. But Yahuwah's portion is his people, Jacob, his allotted, or an inheritance. So right here, we can clearly see out the gate that this is a separation outside of what he's saying. And in this text right here, it's showing you that Yahuwah is the Most High, because he portioned, right, and possessed Jacob as his allotted inheritance, right? This language screams family in the E&E framing to the elephantine that Yahuwah's specific, exclusive possession or allotment is Jacob's and Israel, the sons of Moses, are the whole parish. So Yahuwah, as the God who acts in history, delivers his people, and judges false gods, is this one. None of what he just said about these other deities in the pantheons did what the text says Yahuwah did. None of the other deities that took on this title did that. You hear me? Of El, because El is a title for Yahuwah. It means Most High, but Yahuwah has a name, which is in the English, in the Hebrew, Yod Hey Wah Hey. The Tetragrammaton is 4, right? It means 4 letters. YHWH. When you get into these other pantheons, it's either shortened by a character letter, YHW, and it's Yahu. And you're going to see him bring this up later on. And this shows you right here by the annunciation, number one, it's not the same deity, but by the required understanding. Next slide. It does not teach the pantheon divides its borders, right? So Yahuwah versus other deities, right? Multiple deities in other pantheons, like with overlapping dominance, like the storm, the fertility, the war, the wisdom. All of these other nations had deities that they worship that specialized in one of these things. So he's trying to attributally say that this is Yahuwah, but we just saw in my last slide that Yahuwah judges all of those gods, right? Often have consorts. Yahuwah has no consort. You see? That's the difference in separation of who and what they're saying is going on, right? And the requirement in negotiations don't show the same. Human-like flaws and parallel movements among gods. Worship often involved images and local codes. This is what outside pantheons, like what he just brought to you, right? What he just showed you in his first round. Now, when it comes down to the Hebrew text and what Yahuwah Elohim, who he's titling El, right? Not the name for the deity, but what sets Yahuwah apart from the deity El that was worshipped by outside people of Israel is the exclusivity. No consort. No revolt in official theology. So no rival in official theology. There's no other gods that is competing with him like he's claiming he was competing with other gods. This is out of control. And this is what the history says, according to the theology, right? Now, acts through covenant, these other nations did not have this same understanding as he's trying to inflict on the information. These other tribes that had these deities had no covenant agreement with their God. They didn't care. Their gods didn't care if they worship other gods alongside them, because that was their national God. So that was their national God. So why would it not be worshipped by the people in its section? Now, when we look at rejected systems and foreign gods. Again, all of the deities that he just named, Yahuwah would reject. Now, we know that the Edomites came into that region at the same time or about around the same time as the Hebrews, and the Edomites have their own God. I'm going to show y'all that in a little while. But pay attention to how he's showing everybody parallels, but he's not contextualizing what the Hebrews text says versus what all these other pantheons texts say in worship and practice. This is how you really see what a God does by his attributes, right? So it doesn't partner as solar gods with chosen and covenant with Israel. These other gods don't have that. Next slide, brother. Now, the 6-step framework is how the scholars like Mark X. Smith has established how they view these things, and it's proven a reliable method of evidential every claim fairly and consensus. It keeps the analyst grounded in the primary text rather than speculation highlights what remains debated. So what I'm saying right now is most of the things that my opponent is claiming is still being debated, and there's no solid foundation of evidence to solidify other than the parallels that he's been naming, right? The parallels that he's been naming is totally obsolete of what the deity of the Hebrews or the God of the Hebrew people required for them in worship. Now, quoting primary text plus non-Hebrew verbiage, these things are tactics, linguistical plus theological annihilations, shared roots, punts and Sumerian TIs equal real/flesh life. All of these things were used to try to say that they're the same or it's a replacement, but they just parallel. They're not the same because it's a totally different story. The outcomes are different and the requirements are different. The God's functionality is different, right? So function of frequent/epistolic stories in its origin pantheon/code. See, this is what he wants to do. He wants to take these pantheons outside of their nation and place it on a people and say that they consume that deity when the worship and the requirements, again, of that deity is something that's totally different. The historical setting in the periods of contact, trade, empires, exile, structure, dismissal, all of these things are being utilized to analyze, is these things true? But here's the point. The scholar consensus are still debating most of what he just said. So the modern, that's the time.
Okay. That's time right there. My man Pitbull came up here swinging back. Okay, Pitbull. All right, we're going to move on to our second round. The second round can either be a rebuttal round or a continuation of your first round. Let me take this down.
I'm going to do both.
Your first round. So we're going to go back over here with Brother Ase. Your 10 minutes starting now, brother, whenever you start.
What, dude? Okay. Bro. I ain't know it was going to be the season,
pause the video real quick, Quantum?
We got to do better. We got to give you better opponents. Yeah.
So, can you put up GD and Capone? I just sent you down that GD. Why you keep talking from the comments, bro? You terrible, bro.
Yeah, come on up, bro. Come cook with us. That's why he laughing like that. Look at the screen, everybody. Just look at his face. He's laughing like that because he knows. He knows he's cooked.
Hey, yeah, I'm dead, bro.
I want to see if he's going to answer to the fact that these things are still being debated. Like he's never going to admit that, and he's never going to address that. Watch. Y'all pay attention to that. These things are still being debated, but he's up here acting like it's law. That's ridiculousness, man. Ridiculousness.
Y'all is funny. Hold on. I'm working off of my phone right now. So that's why I'm mad I ain't got my thing on my side of my thing.
Capone.
Hey, shalom. Peace to the family.
Cause we in here, shalom. Cause we in here going over this debate between me and Ase. I'm showing he ain't showing nothing but parallels. Showing he in here dead wrong. Showing he in here debating still being debated topics with scholarship as if it's true. That's all we cooking, brother.
Hell yeah. Anyway.
Do you have something you wanted to say, Capone?
I need to go to full class.
So, anyway, cause I can't. It's a lot. But thank you for coming up here, Capone. So,
the word.
Yeah, we getting into this too. But you said something in the comments, right? You said name pre.net, and it's funny that you used the word deities, knowing that they were more zoomorphic.
Because you said that the Kemetic culture came from the Nubian culture. For one, there's
They were.
In two, I never seen a pre. Like I said in the comments, a pre-unified Kemetic Nubian deity. Or do we have record of it?
So you do know that the concepts, because y'all keep putting in the form of gods and deities, the concepts that Kemet have isn't unique to Kemet. You do realize that, right?
So you saying that the Nubian, I'm talking about pre-dynastic, right? They had a concept of netter.
No, but they had a concept of they didn't use the word. Hold on, they didn't use the word netter. But
they didn't use netter.
Hold on, they didn't use netter, but they had a concept of natural forces and natural happenings that happen in experience, in everyday experience. They had a word for the sun. They had a word for water. They had a word for the air. They had a word for these things.
What were those words?
Yeah.
So this man Capone
what is the word?
No, I'm saying I could be misinformed. That's why I say that's a good thing for me to research. That Nubian culture, because
here's the thing though, Capone. When you research Kemet, right, and you do study on Kemet, like even Kemet and before Kemet and what was going on, you know that the development of the culture of Kemet didn't start in Kemet.
Yeah, it's
that
a culture
right. That culture is quote unquote what you would call an inherited culture.
It starts
so what it lets you know is while though the words may not be the same, the language may not be the same, but the concepts were there. This is why you asked me. I was gonna bring this to I'm gonna land my plane. Hold on 1 second, Capone. I'm gonna land my plane with this. When you asked about, and this is, I just want to put it in the proper context, but when you asked about show you something that is pre-Kemet, right? That possibly or that we can find in Nubia, we can find the concept of Ma'at. Ma'at is pre-Kemet.
Is it in the way of the concept of Ma'at? right?
The concept.
Right.
Not we can't find. Hold on. Let me be precise. We can't find the word ma'at, that exact word, and in some instances a little before we can. But I'm saying in the richness and the deepness, we can't find the word. We can find the concept.
Yeah, we call that in African cultures today in the English, it'll be harmony. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because
So,
Ma'at was part of an African Nile Valley system.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, okay, that's harmony or a balance between nature and human beings. Well, human beings is part of nature, but I'll say the physical nature and the natural and the supernatural, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it could be concepts of that, but to say that the Nubian culture, Kemet inherited that Nubian culture, that ain't what we see in the archaeological record. What we see is an invasion. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Good
From
point, Capone.
Narnia,
Good point.
invading Nubia or Kush, right? And getting rid of the Anu people who was in the land of who would follow Terra-Neta, right? And that's all we know.
Right. I mean, and again, I just want to say this real quick, brother. Like, we're doing it again. We can't keep saying because there are similar attributes to these people's culture because they're in the same region or coming from the same region that they're doing the same things. Yeah, they may share a lot of similarities, but we gotta face the music and agree and say that for a fact. Similarities, parallels are not the same. We can't go past the point of that until we actually deal with that. But
what we are seeing, Pitbull, what we are seeing is an evolutionary pattern, though, right? It's so funny. I just looked in the comment.
Evolution is part of nature.
Hold on one second, Capone. I got you. I got you next,
changes.
Capone. I got you next. And I just seen this in the comments, and it's funny. But yeah, so what we do, the interesting thing of tracing these things back is because they leave a pattern. So while we can say, parallels and similarities and things that are not the same, right? But we can see the evolution of a culture. We can see the birth of new cultures. We can see the pattern of admixed cultures by tracing back the patterns of their anthropology. So this is why, for an example, when I talk about this stuff, I always talk about the Bronze Age collapse. The reason is because that's the precipice of the Israelites' origin. Without no Bronze Age collapse, there would be no Israelites.
Y'all love running to the Israelites, running to the Bible. Let's stay in Nubia and Kemet for a second.
Okay.
Just for a second. We can deal with Bible anytime. We deal with Israelites.
I mean, but time out though. But that's because that's what the debate is about.
Oh, for sure. So to flesh out my point.
Yeah, shit. You see how Capone tried to flip the switch real quick, bro? My man Capone tried to flip the switch.
The reason that I brought it up is to show that it's distinct characters, cultures. My bad, distinct cultures. Like Pitbull was saying, right? Just because you find a remnant of a culture in the area, that don't mean that that's for the full population. You get what I'm saying? I don't mean that that's for the whole population. Yes.
So that's hold on one second. See, this is what you're missing, though, Capone.
This convolution where they I think that's the convolution where where they merge, where they it's like a bottleneck, you know what I'm saying, where you got a cultural continuity and then it goes into a cultural diffusion where things start to get isolated over time. But that's the evolution of it. And when I say evolution is part of nature, I mean by everything has a cycle, right? It's not that it's not that it's evolve is the
You're taking us away from the point,
way to describe it, right? But what it is, it's a cycle. Everything goes through a period. Everything in the physical universe goes through a period of life, being birthed, and death, dying. So and then it repeats with the offspring, which goes into that same cycle of life. So
Capone.
But in the middle, hold on. But in the
topic, bro. How is this
relatable?
Hold
on. Let me finish. But in the midst of that cycle, you have it where things get mature, right? It gets mature and it gets prominent. That's what happens with the Egyptian culture, you know. So what I'm showing is that it ain't that it came from Nubia, it came from somewhere else into Nubia, which later gets matured and refined in Kemet. Because if you go to the temples of Saqqara,
hold on, real fast before you get any deeper. What you said made no dent on what this debate is about. That's number one. Number two, that's why I brought back up the Bronze Age collapse.
I brought up the cultural continuity going in the bottleneck form.
Okay, so hold on, Capone. Hold on.
You said I'm off topic. I brought up I showed that they was distinct, and I brought into the cultural continuity, and then dispersing into the cultural diffusion.
Kemet's culture. Kemet's and Nubia and Kemet's continuity is completely different than the Shashus and the inland Canaanites cultural mixing. That's completely different.
I'm not talking about that. See,
that's why I said you're off. Time out. Hold on one second. That's why I said you're off topic.
No, that's way later though. That's way later though. Capone, I'm on top. I came up to ask one question. Capone, what is the deity, the pre-Kemet Nubian deity? You want to go into
hold on. This debate that we're reviewing is about the polytheistic biblical origins.
That's not the title.
What's the title? Pitbull?
You know the title was Deuteronomy 37:2, and then that origin story part of it was another layer to the debate.
Okay, bam, that's the title. Capone, Nubia and Kemet has nothing to do with that.
Well, don't mention Nubia and Kemet then. You the one that mentioned it. That's why I commented on it. I would never comment on. That's why I try to stay in the comments for one, because I was commenting on something that was said.
No use. I was talking to Capone. I was talking to Pitbull, and we ain't even gonna go back up that road. But you said it in the comments about show you the concept, and I showed you a concept, and then you took that concept with that conversation, and you turned this thing totally left.
You asked me to come up because of the comment that I made. That's
so what do you know? So watch this. Okay.
Hold on. This is the point. If you would never said what you said, then I would never made the comment. Hence, I would never be up here. So now, don't get mad because I'm up here now.
Okay. Can you agree with this, Capone?
That you don't know. Hold on. And I'm pressing the point that you missing up. You conflating the two cultures, right? And you are, you conflating the two cultures, and you don't know the deity of the Nubian deity pre-Kemet.
Okay. So can you agree with this? Nubians to Kemet cultural continuity is different than the Shashu and interland Canaanites cultural mixing to create the Israelites. Can you say that they're two different things? Can you agree with that?
They didn't create the Israelites.
They did create the Israelites. What do you mean they didn't? So you saying the birth of the Israelites didn't come from that merging?
The birth of the Israelites came from the Habiru conquest.
No, they did not. See, that's where we got. Hey, can we get back to let's get back to this debate because we're gonna have a whole nother debate on the panel. Let's get back to this debate, bro.
There you go.
He about to come with this. He about to come with his
misinformation.
That's crazy.
But humble, you going off of assertions and misinformation, right? So
what?
Yeah, you misinformed. Yes, you going off misinformation. Nowhere does it say that the Shashu in the inland Canaanites created the Israelites. These are distinct. They are distinct. The information that we have on the Israelites is very.
What's the time period on the Israelites, Capone?
The Israelites anywhere from the mid 1300s.
Mid 1300s.
Mid 1300s.
Yo, can we get to this? Let's get to this debate, bro. Because we're gonna have a whole debate.
Hold on, just because you have a debate. Hold on, but listen. Terrible. Humble. See, you doing it again. Just because you have an artifact with a name on it, that don't mean that the people didn't exist before the artifact. The culture, the tribalness of the people, they don't mean that they didn't exist pre the artifact. The artifact is the Meron Patah Stele, right? The Meron Patah Stele lists Israel as a name. I don't even use the Meron Patah, but I will in this case. That's 1200 BC.
Okay, right? So can you find Israel? Can you find Israel in history anytime before that?
Hold on, humble. Let me make this point. So if they're listed on the Meron Patah Stele, then they must have already pre-existed if they're listed there. They ain't just been discovered just there. That's what I'm saying. That's why I went 100 years. That's why I went 100 years back and said 1300.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Now, here's the ignorance of your statement, right? Can we find any remnants of Israelites between 1464 and 1312?
They wasn't called Israelites.
What you mean they wasn't called? See, this that flim-flam stuff.
No,
right
I'm telling you.
What you mean they wasn't called Israelites?
Humble. We see the name in the Meron Patah Stele.
So right? Why is that name? Does that name designate the kingdom or people?
They must have they had to pre-exist before that stele, right?
Did the name hold on. Is this what y'all trying to do? No. Hold on, Capone. Hold on, Capone.
What I'm postulating, hold on, let me put my position.
Y'all try to flip the people. Bro, that's crazy.
Hold on. I'm postulating that the people that conquest that's in the Amarna conquest, according to the Amarna letters, is the tribe who Meron Patah identify as Israel.
No. You see, Israel. This how he try to flim-flam the people. All right. So let's do this. This how he try to flim-flam the people, bro. So number one, he not going to be able to find any remnants of an Israelite before 1208. The reason is not because they wasn't called Israelites, because the condition didn't set the stage for the birth of the Israelites. You see what I'm saying? Yo, your name is Israel. Hold on. No. I'll let you get it out. I'll let you get it out.
Finish your video.
Hold on, Capone. You got to mute up. I'll let you get everything you had to say out. Hold on. So it's in their very name, right? They're the children of El. Where did they get El from? They got El from Canaan. That's where they got El from. We know this. This is not some hypothesis that's debated.
That's not
all
true.
The other stuff they talking about the scriptures that Capone that Pitbull.
What you just say? What you just said?
Hold on, Pitbull. So all the stuff that me and Pitbull was talking about earlier, all right, we can say they debate that, right? But what we not about to say is that they debate the very fact that they got El on the end of their name signifies that they were once people who worshiped the god El. We know that. We know that. No, Capone. Hold on. So now, where do the Shashu come in at, right? Well, y'all know that story.
Are they called the Shashu?
Hold on, Capone. Hold on. Hold on, Capone. Chill out, yo, bro. I didn't do this when you was talking. Hold on, I let you go. So, don't y'all know that story, that Exodus story everybody loves so much? What they do is they exaggerate that story. Right, that's a Shashu story when they coming out of Egypt. It wasn't no Israel. This is why we can't find Israelites in Egypt. And you know what the Israelites would do? What they'll do is the same thing Capone just did. Oh, well, they wasn't called Israelites back then. Exactly, because we know there were another group of people called the Shashu. This is what they try to do, bro. And whenever we ask to see, hold on. Whenever we ask to see any remnants of these people in history, the first thing they say is, "Oh, they wasn't known as them people. We can't see that. They was migrants, or they was what y'all say? They were pastoralists, right? So they didn't stay. They was nomadic. So they didn't stay in one spot. So we can't see them. And when we go back, we can see all these other cultures, but we don't see no Israelites. It's crazy, bro, how they be trying to run from their own origin. That's why I tell them y'all gotta get that stuff back, man. Hey, man, we gotta get back to this debate, bro, because I'm gonna keep busting Capone.
Hold on, let me respond to that real quick, man. Ahead, and then you can I'll drop down and y'all can finish. But I want the people in the comments and the audience that's watching it on the playback. I want y'all to see that this. I just rattled this man. You see how emotional he just got, right? It ain't even about the information no more. Now he's so emotional where he's putting his own narrative on the historical record. I listed primary sources, archaeological record, Amarna letters, right? We see a conquest in the Levant region. Next, 80 years after that, you see what? A century after that, now you see people called that's in the midst of the. Now, mind you, on the Merpatah Stele, it listed multiple different tribes, right? In that region, in that Levant region. But you see a Pacific one that's called Yasha'el, right? Or what transliterated as Yisrael or Israel, right? So, but you see them as a people group, showing that these people, they are in their tribal form. They don't call them Shashu, humble, in the Merpatah Stele. They're not calling them the Shashu, right? So you making that a narrative because you're emotional right now. You're not dealing with the information. You letting it go.
And the Shashu ain't of El, it's of Yahweh or Yahuwah. So you cut yourself, humble.
Okay, so
and that's for they use that's a top one because it uses the trilateral root, right? It don't use the tetragrammaton. It's the trilateral root, right? The Hebrew the word Yahweh don't come from that root. Okay. The word Yahweh comes from the trilateral root of Haya, Hey, Ya, Yod, Hey. So that's what I'm saying. Like this
is easy, man. Can we share this real quick? Can we share? This is why I be talking
about.
No.
I'm gonna get back to your video because
now you want me to get we ain't getting back to the video. We ain't getting back to the video now. No.
Because we don't just keep going back and forth.
Hey, Quantum, can you share my screen real quick? No, man, you ain't getting away like that.
Get back to your video, humble.
Nah, bro, you ain't getting.
Like I said, because then I'm gonna have to respond again.
So, what do scholars say about the birth of the Israelites in history? Scholars just generally agree that the Israelites emerged as a distinct people within the Canaanite culture of the southern Levant during the transition from the late Bronze Age to the Iron Age.
What does distinct mean? What does distinct mean, humble?
Why did they come from distinct people? Why?
Humble,
let me read this. Let me read this and then you respond. Let me read this and then you respond. All right, hold on. Let's get it. It's a material culture. Archaeological evidence shows significant continuity between the late Canaanite culture and the early Israelite culture in terms of pottery, agriculture, and technology. We always bring this up. This ain't nothing surprising. The early Israelites, however, began to develop distinct markers of identity, such as absence of pig bones in their diet and the equivocal development of unique monotheistic regions centered on Yahweh.
So
See,
hold
you
on.
cut
So let's
yourself.
deal with that.
No,
You cut yourself.
So these people popped up with their own culture.
Oh no, yo, why don't I just let me finish, bro?
It goes back to the same thing. The point we was making about Kemet, bro.
Bro, these dudes
When the people
like this,
hold
bro.
on, bro, you can't just come over here over talking,
These
bro.
dudes,
Like, you gotta wait,
you.
bro.
Man, these
You
dudes
gotta get in line.
like
Fuck
this.
you too. You trash.
Your boy just too
You mad because your
emotional,
shit get cut up in here right now. You did your rebuttal video.
Hey, bro,
Hold on. Hold on, now you did your rebuttal video. Now, Humble, don't let this nigga do that shit, bro. Don't let him come in here doing that shit, bro.
They taking over the presentation.
Because when he did his rebut video, a nigga couldn't even come to his shit, bro.
Hold on, Pitbull.
Hold on.
Nah, bro, but when you did your shit, a nigga couldn't even come to your shit, bro.
Dude, bro.
Hold on, one
Real
mic,
talk.
Pitbull. Hold on, Pitbull.
He tripping.
One mic. We're gonna do this. First, what we're gonna do is we're gonna settle the shit between me and Capone, and then we're gonna let y'all get it in here. But between me and Capone,
I thought we was doing a debate recap.
Hold on. We are doing a debate recap. That's why we're gonna put this back up here. I just had to show Capone that he was capping about all that other crazy shit. Stuff, my bad. All that other crazy stuff that he was talking about the Israelites being back in history. We know they emerged from these people, bro. We can't do that. But all right, Quantum. First, we got Ase and Ben Eaton to the panel. We got Ase up here first. What's up, brother Ase? What's up? How you doing, Brody?
In peace, bro. I just man, I was just sitting out, man, blowing me a blunt, chilling, man, and excited to look at the debate, preview it, man, get the preliminary, and I see these dudes up here like doing like a takeover, and I think it's a tactical strategy that they're utilizing to try to take away from the facts and the actual beating that happened within the debate. This man was slaughtered, and when I say slaughtered, I mean this man was gutted. He when he said he was representing Amari tablets, he had an image of Haru on the. He said that the Inky and Ninti story was Ugaritic. This man had so much fallacious statements with it. He said, I said there are many L's. When I asked him the many L's, he said El, Elyon, and El Shaddai. Every time I mentioned El, Elyon, and El Shaddai, he said those were both Yahuwah. So how the hell am I mentioning many L's? You see how this dude was full of crap. That's why I really bro, let's stop letting these guys like Capone play this game. Yeah. And let's get back to the actual information so we can actually get together. I mean, because what they're doing is they're trying to take away and they're distracting because
they're nothing.
Because their guy lost. Because their guy lost, man.
No, you got slaughtered, bro. You didn't show nothing you said on the show.
Hold on.
Horrible.
Hold. Wait, one mic. We're gonna jump over here to Ben Eaton. What's up, brother Ben Eaton? How you doing, Brody? Talk to us.
I had to jump back on, man, because of Capone. I had to jump back on just because of Capone, bro. Listen, Pitbull don't know better, so I let him slide. But Capone,
you couldn't do nothing with me.
You know better. Hold on, Pit. Trust me, don't even go there. But Capone, you know better, bro. You are so disingenuous, bro. With all of that you just said about the Hyperia, about all of that, bro, about what the Armada letters, bro. You are so disingenuous, bro. But that's all I wanted to say. I actually want to finish
a bunch of nothing.
I actually want to.
You said a bunch of nothing.
Let me ask you one question.
Don't ask me no question, Capone. We gotta keep moving.
Come on, we about to get back to the video, Quantum. Pop the video back up there, Brody.
Ben Eaton, I won't smoke with you, boy.
Bro, you can't handle it. Trust me, you don't want to know.
What you doing?
That's what everybody says.
Hey, Pitbull, I'm so far out of your league, bro.
It sounds good, bro. Get it on wax, then. Get it on wax. Everybody can say that.
Ruined you, bro.
He said,
anybody, how? In your mind.
There's some key things I want to point out before I continue. He said, you see these other gods that they're fighting, that they're not fighting Yahweh. Yahweh's fighting them. That's how the Baal cycle go. Baal is a challenger. Because your God is the new guy on the block, of course, everybody else solidified. Everybody else got their titles. They set up. It's your God who's fighting for their spots, which I'm going to expose. Or expose him. Your God ain't nothing but he like Kratos, a real God of war, as it says in your own text. And every time he take out a deity, or every time he take over a space and place, we're going to see him. He's going to, just like Kratos, when you would beat a god, he would take some of the god regalia, or like take the chains, take the wings of Icarus. We're going to see Yahweh absorbing other gods' attributes. That's what we about to show. You know, and it was also funny that he blatantly said, man, we see these other gods have deities. That's going to contradict what Daniel and them felt. It really is. So with no further ado, back to the demonstration. Let's go into the archaeological evidence. The inscriptions from Kuntalir Arjuru contain phrases such as Yahweh in his Asherah. Oh, I thought he said no consort. He said no consort, didn't he? He said no consort. But Kuntalir Arjuru contains phrases such as Yahweh in his Asherah. This suggests some Israelites believe Yahweh had a divine consort, similar to other ancient Near Eastern deities. Likewise, we have finds from Krebet El Kum with similar language. I mean, we're gonna look at that.
Can you pause this real fast?
Right there, the language with written in his
please
face.
Do.
And they're talking about Yahweh and his Asherah. I won't even go into the actual.
Quantum, pause this real fast. So this is what I be talking about when I say that the archaeological evidence is just too much to stack up when these brothers be making these claims. You feel me? Like when we got stuff, like when Pitbull said earlier, right? They ain't had no mate, but then we actually got archaeological evidence showing that Asherah and Yahweh was actually a couple, right? But then when we start studying we start studying Asherah, who do Asherah trace back to? El.
And that's the point.
Arguments. Go ahead, Pitbull.
And that's the point. Again, we clearly see in the Hebrew text that's not there. So you're referencing another people group's text, or a people that connects themselves to a people later on with this same identity. But when we see, allegedly, when we see in the actual Hebrew, he tells them to put down their Asherah poles. Don't worship Asherah. So again, either they're the same, because now he's got 4 different arguments at this point, 3 different arguments at this point. He's saying that he's taking somebody else's place. Their God is taking somebody else's place. One argument. He's also stating and indicating that they're the same, right? Because the Deuteronomy 32:7. Well, he's saying they're different there. But my point is, he constantly tries to insinuate that they're the same, but then they're different, because he's saying that this God is made up and is taking on his own attributes. But the moral to this thing is there are multiple ills which he displayed throughout the debate from his understanding, right? And what we see in these people's understanding, right? So again, he cannot show where they're the same in practice, because again, this Yahweh allegedly has a counterpart, right? Or a consort. But when we get into the Hebrew text, that Yahweh does not. So how can they be the same? Again,
may I speak?
Go ahead.
There's no. You shouldn't even be allowed to speak.
He's a misrepresenter. What he's doing is he's sitting up and he's misrepresenting me in a major way. He keeps lying on me, and that's when I caught. And that's why I caught. Please don't talk while I'm talking, because I didn't talk while you talk. That's why I caught him within the cross-examination when I asked him about this mini L accusation that he keeps on putting on me. Every time that I'm mentioning L, I'm talking about the same Ugaritic God, right? I'm not using L as a title ever within this debate. I'm always talking about the high God L within this debate, right? So he's doing this. He's constantly misrepresenting me, and he's doing that on purpose to try to throw off the people. This is why we don't trust these guys. So what we're looking at Yahweh, who he says it's a name. So what we see it's a name. It's a name. When we look at the history of these Jews in history and archaeology that they left
this
behind.
This is not an antiquatal Jew.
And that they left behind. They say it's yes, it is.
No, it's not. They're not the original
so
Hebrews.
Stop! Don't talk while I'm talking. That's more that what he's doing. He's calling an isfet. He needs to mute up.
You look like an isfet.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Pitbull. Let him finish, Pitbull.
Yeah. So what we see was they left back. They let us know. We see Yahweh of Timon, Yahweh of Samaria, Yahweh coming from Sierra, Midian, all of these things, right? He has to deal with that because this is happening within the culture. He's a fellow Yahweh worshiper. So when you look at the Elephantine Jews, I showed the evidence that even these Elephantine Jews who had a knot within their worship, they recognize themselves also as fellow Yahweh worshipers and offered to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This is a fact. Right,
and we're denied, access.
And when we look at, but
they wasn't granted to do it. They couldn't do it. The Hebrew said no.
It gets to a point where he should have an X on his microphone, just like Al and just like Ben Eaton, because I sure had the X on mine when you was talking. That's the
not when you came in here. Not when you came in here when I was talking. You came in here over talking.
Go, man.
All right, Pitbull, mute up. We got him. Go ahead, Ashe.
Wow, man. So that's the misrepresentation. So when I brought up El Shaddai, when I brought up the scholarly source regarding El Shaddai, it said the God of the high God of the mountain. And the scholarly consensus was that was just another epithet for the Ugaritic high God El. Once again, even then. So I was showing this two God epithet constantly keep on going. 1 second is Yahweh, 1 second is El. 1 second is El, 1 second is Yahweh. They don't know what's going on, but the Hebrews do. That's why I showed that they built the houses dedicated to El. Bethel is Beit El, the house of El, and they put the El bulls there. Like, these are the things he can't get around, man. They can't get around these things. That's why they want to run to the biblical work. But these people,
but that's what you're running from.
They were a culture before this, and he can't deal with it.
But that's my case in point. That's exactly what he's running from, and he does not want to give that work any credit, but the scholars do. So are you smarter than the scholars? Absolutely not. They're still arguing these things because of what the biblical text says and what these other different pantheons say. That's the point. And this is why you lost the debate, because you're trying to run away from the text when the text is the basis to this debate. Deuteronomy 32:7. Again. So every time you try to run away from the text and ignore the text or disrespect the text, in this case, because you're trying to say that it don't matter, it says something totally different than what you just described all through your ramble just now and what you described all through the debate. It doesn't say the same thing. They don't parallel in that way. It's totally two different cultures. And this is what he can't stand, and this is what he won't admit because he wants to win, but he don't want to be truthful. I'll leave it there.
Let me see something real quick.
We ready for the video?
Yep.
Imagery, because that's highly debatable. But what we cannot debate is
put it on screen. I put it on screen.
So we'll go into Kunta Arju with some more phrases on there, because that ain't it. We got a couple Yahwehs. Wait, hold on. A couple Yahwehs? What you mean, I say? So we got the phrases Yahweh of Samaria.
Quantum is not on the screen. Quantum is not on the screen. Quantum.
Come mainly from the 8th century BC.
There you go, right there. When he lied and said he didn't say it was multiple Yahwehs.
I didn't say multiple L's. I said Yahweh. Hey, humble, bro. This dude got to stop.
But then you just say, Yahweh means El.
With the lion, bro. I'm getting
you're
real
out of
irritated
control.
about how much this nigga lying. This nigga
yourself,
keep
bro.
on lying.
You
Shut
cutting
your mouth
yourself, bro.
If you're going to
You
keep
cutting
on
yourself,
misrepresenting
bro.
my words. I never said
cutting yourself. You said Yahweh was El. El was Yahweh.
Yahweh is not El, you dumbass. That's the problem with you. You miseducated.
Out of control.
You don't comprehend.
You just said
El and Yahweh are not the same. I've been saying
I know they're not.
That's the whole
I know
premise.
they're not.
Exactly.
I know they're not.
So when we go to Deuteronomy, and El give Yahweh a portion, that's two gods. Dummy.
No, El is a title in the Hebrew.
No,
El is a title.
You just agreed with me.
No, I didn't.
You just
I
agreed
did not.
with me.
You're a liar. Now you're lying on me.
You said that
now you're lying on me.
Different.
No, we know that. We know that.
Different.
Yeah, the Pantheon, El, the God that was worshipped, El is not Yahuwah. Of course,
so
I agree that. Why wouldn't I agree with that? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you again. It's in the Hebrew construct, but what we do know is El. Wait, and I'm gonna answer how I want to answer. You ain't gonna control me, brother. Like I said, El is a title for Yahuwah because El is
a God on his own.
Stop. But it's a title in the Hebrew which means high God. Yahuwah is not a high God. Show me. Show me. Oh, no. Show me. You have to show me. No, it's not. Hebrew is not a Hebrew word. We know it's Hebrew. But this is what I'm saying. Show me where. Show me. Listen. Show me where any of this was used or said in the Hebrew text. That's my point. Yahuwah was never called on high God, nigga. You're out of control, bro. And this is why you fail to prove your point.
Oh, he just tried to change the topic. Was never the high God.
He was never called the high God, nigga.
Okay,
because he's the creator. Humble. He's the creator of all gods.
Hey, humble.
What are you talking about?
Can we put a bookmark right there? Watch this. So he just admitted that, bro. Humble, come on, bro. This is.
I'm here. Mute
up.
On
the big screen real quick.
Yahuwah was never called the high God.
Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it.
Hold up, Pitbull. You got to mute up. Hold on. Go ahead.
Watch this.
Go ahead,
he just admitted that Yahuwah is not the high God. Now the high God in the Hebrew will be El Elyon. So he just admitted that Yahuwah is not El Elyon. So when we go to Deuteronomy and El Elyon is portioning out things and Yahuwah receives something, he just admitted that Yahuwah ain't that El Elyon.
You didn't cook. You didn't cook at all.
He cooked himself, bro.
No, you're not cooking. Watch this. So when we go to the Hebrew text and he talks to Abram and he says, you didn't know me by Yahuwah, my name, but you knew me by El Elyon. Stupid nigga.
By El Shaddai. Why you keep saying
El Shaddai, El Elyon? Both of those are in the text. Both of those titles. Stop. Both of those titles was used to rectify Yahuwah because of where they were. Can I let you know why I said that? I never said he wasn't the most high. He was never referenced or told the people that he was a high God. So when you try to associate that title to him, it's a false title or compared to what he says because he is the creator of all gods. It's not no high God shit. What are you talking about? And this is the difference. And this is what you don't know about the Hebrew. It's not that. It's a title, brother. And you can't change that fact coming from that Hebrew construct, brother. Now you keep trying to say that the adaptation through other believing to be Israelites and what they say supersedes what the Pantheon itself says. You're out of control for that.
Well, time out. So that's why, like, even what we got right here, right, the Kuntalet Druid. This is why this type of archaeological evidence is so important. Because what this does is it traces not only the migrational patterns of the Shashu, but their cultural changes as well and their cultural mixtures. Originally, right, Yahweh didn't have Asherah as a wife, but as you see the mixture with the Canaanites, he starts to adopt Asherah as a wife. We starts to see this. So it's not based off of speculation. That's why I think hold on 1 second, Pitbull. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I think because a lot of the Israelites have an issue with reading the Bible, and so when we bring up archaeological evidence, the issue it's like the information don't translate. The archaeological evidence don't agree with the Bible, but it's telling you what's happening in history culturally. So when you see something like the culture of Druid, you don't see it and just immediately say, oh, well, look, they got Yahweh and Asherah there. No, you look at it and see Yahweh and Asherah and then look at the culture and say, we can see the intermixing within cultures, not just because of this, but because of the evidence that surround this. This is what y'all miss, and when y'all try to go to the archaeology, y'all miss that aspect of the cultural part.
But the problem with what you're saying right now is what I also spoke on earlier about the Shasu of Yahuwah, these nomadic groups that were herders of cattle and things of that nature. Nobody in scholarship has proven it was tied directly to the ancient Hebrews, though. That's the point, right? So they're still arguing. Hold on. No, they have not, brother. We just went over this. Before Ashe came over here, we went over this and you looked it up and you said there's no definitive truth. But the scholar consensus says that it leans heavier towards that, but that still is not a definitive absolute yes. And that's the point, because there are so many groups doing that same thing, involved in these same type of cultures, right? Using these same type. Can I finish, bro? Can I fit? How can they talk in absolute if they don't have the evidence?
Absolutes.
How can they talk in absolute if they don't? How they gonna talk in the absolute if they don't know? Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. There are certain things that they can look at, like what Humble is saying. Like Humble is saying, bro, don't interrupt me like you just said. You ain't want to be interrupted. So, like I said, when we look at the scholar consensus, you said it leans heavier towards it was the people. Which people though? That's the issue, right? And we can't say that. We can't sit up here and start trying to colloquialize and say that that's the absolute. These people and what they were doing is officially automatically tied to the Hebrews, because again, in the same information, they was denied access to help rebuild the temple, although they claimed to be Hebrews. So you're out of control for even trying that. I'll land it right there.
And matter of fact, you're wild because they never mentioned the 15 Jews. And this is the wild, almost cursed again, man. I got to clean it up. Humble, this is the wild stuff that happens, man. I'm about to pull off and allow the debate to finish, because I don't even need to defend myself against a pseudo. Never. A pseudo go fall every single time. We go watch me. We go watch me destroy him in this debate. He's a damn pseudo, man. A flying pseudo. A smoking pseudo at that. I need your Ankh in here. Just
you about to get
real talk.
About to get destroyed in this debate,
bro. It's like, damn, bro. He said that the elephantine Jews were denied in the Bible. No, they were not. The Samaritans were denied in Esdras, but it's funny that the Samaritans were denied and they were official Torah keepers. They retained their Torah while y'all got y'all bum asses carried off into bondage and lost the Torah for over 400 years and had to go back to the Samaritans to learn how to even worship your God. And that's a fact. So it's funny that you subscribe to those people, and those were the same people who came and corrupted your text and added in books like Isaiah and Daniel, books of the prophet, when that wasn't in the original Samaritan Pentateuch. That's BS work. So these are the guys that you want to side with. These are the same Jews who produced the Babylonian Talmud as well, right? Because those were the same ones who went into Babylonian captivity, correct? So this is the same group, but you're the same type of guy who will say you don't mess around with the Talmud. So what's it going to be? Double-tongued dog catcher?
None of what you just said is true. And you can't prove none of that what you just said.
I'm out of here, man.
In historicity,
man. I'm out of here, man.
And that's the problem with you. You pseudo, you calling me pseudo, but you're using all these unfinished works to try to validate a point that you can't with the work that you're putting out. They still debating this shit till this day. And that's one thing you never admitted and agreed on. And you know that's true, that they still debating every talking point that you brought out. They're still debating and arguing about this shit till this day. You just chose a side. I chose a side. You can't prove nothing you said with certainty, brother. But with the culture that is in the Torah is proven fact. It's a culture. It's a way of life. It's the way these people were worshiping. No matter how you try to say they stole gods or any of that. They have their deity and these other people have theirs. You can't run from that fact, brother. And that's the cold hard truth. And that's why you got destroyed in this debate, bro. You're the pseudo.
You sharing your screen, Ashe? Hey, Quantum, you see him sharing his screen? Yeah, man, it's been a good show, bro. This has been a good show, man.
Nah, he ain't
definitely a good show.
All right, hold on, wait till we share the screen. I actually got a couple calls. I just got my wife just called me a couple times. I'm gonna have to bounce in like 2 more minutes. I might as well. He's sharing his screen. Be on the lookout for him sharing the screen, Quantum.
All right, bet.
That's wild. He's never gonna admit that. He's never gonna let that part be known to the general public, but he considers himself a teacher. And these things that he's trying to argue with me about is still being debated when it comes down to connecting all of these other societies to the Hebrew culture, right? We already know for a fact that there are so many differences, that they're not the same. The way the way the so-called God is worshipped, it's not the same. Many deities share titles with different attributes and are not seen as the same. There's so many differences they can't say, yeah, they are the same. And this is what he don't want to admit. He just want to run with the rhetoric, man. That's pseudo. And it's trash. I thought you was better than that, Ashe. You should know better.
Well, yeah, Ashe, you got something to share?
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting it.
Okay, got you. Just want to make sure before I started it. Hey, man, I want y'all to know that I did an analysis. I told y'all I did an experiment. I created a data debate
no doubt.
analysis tool. And it's going to give an unbiased score. But this is not, when I give this analysis, it's just that. It's just my analysis on the debate. It's not the judgment. It's pretty good, though.
No doubt.
We'll get to watch
No
that
doubt.
when everybody finishes.
Already.
Put this up. Put this up there.
Gotcha.
Because he said nothing I said was true. He's just a liar. So yes, the Samaritan Torah, also known as the Samaritan Pentateuch, is remarkably close to the Septuagint. Both traditions are significantly closer to each other than they are to the standard Jewish Masoretic text, which he was subscribed to, since he wants to reference the Jerusalem guys. When analyzing the first 5 books of the Bible, scholars have identified thousands of differences between the Samaritan text and the Jewish Masoretic. In roughly 2,000 to 2,000 of those instances, the Septuagint agrees with the Samaritan version. Look at this. Why do they differ? Both the Septuagint and the Samaritan Torah feature several common traits that distinguish them from the Masoretic text. Both texts often include explanatory phrases of harmonized verses across Genesis, Exodus, and Deuteronomy that the Masoretic text leaves separate. The lifespans and ages of the patriarchs like Adam, Seth, and Methuselah differ significantly in the Samaritan and Septuagint text compared to the Masoretic, where you guys got these 500, 400-year-old guys. Craziness. The core difference. So I want to go to because he said they didn't lose it, right? According to the biblical narrative, the Torah was lost and then rediscovered during the King's period. So
I never said that. I never said that.
You said nothing I said was true, specifically during the reign of King Josiah of Judah. This famous account is recorded in the book of 2 Kings 22 and 2 Chronicles. It says they
That's
lost
a prophecy.
nearly 400 years. Why it was lost? Josiah's grandfather, King Manasseh, had a rule for 55 years and was one of Judah's most idolatrous kings. He filled the temple with pagan altars and systematically suppressed the worship of God. During this decade-long spiritual decline, the formal study of the law ceased, and the authoritative temple scroll was hidden away or misplaced. They found it. Check it out. In the 18th year of his reign, a young King Josiah ordered the restoration and cleaning of the neglected holy temple in Jerusalem, because y'all didn't care about it. Y'all wasn't keeping it up. While cleaning, the high priest Hilkiah stumbled upon the scroll, which text explicitly identified as the book of the law. When the royal scribe read the scroll to King Josiah, the king tore his clothes in grief and repentance. He had realized that the nation had completely forgotten and violated God's core commandments for the generations. You guys didn't even know. How'd you guys learn it again? So let's go into it. This is deep. This is super deep. Right here, not everyone was exiled. You guys ain't even the real Hebrews, probably. In 722 BCE, the Assyrian Empire conquered the northern kingdom. While the Bible notes that the upper class elites were deported, Assyrian records and modern archaeology confirm that the lower class Israelite populations, the farmers, the laborers, and the local families were left behind in the land. The Samaritans are the direct descendants of those remaining northern Israelites of the Manasseh and Ephraim. Because their ancestors never left the geographic region of Samaria, they kept holding on to the ancient religious texts they had always owned, the 5 books of Moses, aka.
So did they lose it?
So did they lose it? They never
by your own information. So what are you talking about? But you just tried to make a.
Hey, he trying to fuck up my stuff.
Stop it! How? When you made a statement and I'm checking you on what you said. Nah, you made a statement. Can I not check you on what you said? Oh, now you don't want to be checked. Stop crying.
No,
stop crying. You're a grown man, child.
Wow.
So again, when you just made the statement talking about they lost it, and then you rented your own source, cut the shit out you. When it said, "Nah, hold on, stop."
You said no.
No, stop, brother. Stop, brother. Stop, brother. Stop, brother.
Let's be. We was regular. Y'all get.
Let me tell you what.
You just said. So why he can't address? Why he can't address what he just said though?
Him the hell up.
You just said a statement in your own source country.
Statement because I said it. When he made the reference originally, he said we, as in the Jerusalem Jews. Who had the temple in Jerusalem?
Bro, you're lying, bro. You're a fucking liar.
He said we.
Bro, you're a liar. Now you trying to clean it up. You tried to clean it up. That has nothing. I didn't say nothing about no Samaritans.
I'm talking, fam.
Because you're lying. You're lying.
Hey, get a hold of your pedal, fam.
You're a liar, bro. Nah, bro, you just did that to me when you said I was lying on you.
Get a hold
now when I caught you lying on me, I can't do what you did.
Hey, you want to know?
Nah, get a grip on it, man.
You want to know I'm out this bitch?
No problem.
I'm out this bitch.
Yeah. Nah, you cap, bro. Stop lying on a nigga, man.
Bro, I'm good, bro.
You're a liar, bro.
I ain't never been a part of no motherfucking fucked up ass.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Yeah, you over that side there. That's what it is. A shit show.
Fucked up this shit. You can always leave.
I don't need this man disrespecting me, man.
Real talk though, bro.
Everywhere you go.
Nah, bro, you cap.
And what you say, fam? And what you say, fam? What?
You heard what I just said. You're cap, nigga.
What you say, fam?
You heard what that man said, bro. Haul ass if you want to haul ass with that fuck shit, bro.
Because you
heard what that man said.
While it's my turn to speak, and you don't even know what the hell he's talking about. And neither do you.
Let me finish. I said every panel you go to acts like this when you get on there when people be talking.
No, that's not hell no. What panel you talking about? What panel you referring to?
Every panel that I
go to. What panel you referring to, fam? What panel?
Every panel that I go to.
What panel?
Which one? Over there doing it. They be doing it.
No, it's one mic at Sonetters.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
At times it don't.
One mic at Sonetters.
Over here too. At times it don't be. Because people get passionate about what they talking about. Don't stop acting like
you can't cut me off.
You came in here cutting people off, nigga. You came in here cutting people off and you lied. You don't want to get caught in your lie and own up to your lie, bro. You lied, bro. You don't want to get called out on your lie.
Don't mute me, nigga. Weak nigga. What's wrong? You know what? Don't worry about it.
Man, because he got caught in his lie and don't want to address the out.
No, man. See, this is what I hate about the conscious community sometimes. This is just a debate. I came to give my analysis because the debate is over. Ain't nothing that anybody say now gonna change nothing. Everywhere you go, people act different when they be on different spots. They'll go to one spot and they'll shut the fuck up. And then they'll come to other spots and act like they just got some type of something to run or something to telling people what to do on their thing. I'm new to this. I have a certain decorum where I even heard telling people to shut up because you should already know when to shut up. If we up here just trying to have a discussion about what's going on and y'all get hyped up, I know y'all might not like each other. I don't think it's even that far. Y'all just having a dispute on what somebody was saying and who was saying what, they arguments. We're going to be here all night. Like I'm talking right now. And I ain't leaving when I finish. So when I do finish talking, whoever else up on the stage can see I'm done and then talk. I know people get hyped sometimes and butt in. It happens everywhere you go. everywhere you go, everybody want one mic. Don't nobody want no raggedy arguing on the panels. We want it always. Everywhere you go, you want to be able to say your piece and then be quiet. This ain't nothing that's happening over here that don't happen nowhere else. Even on your own show, it happens sometimes. So stop acting like it's something over here. I like doing this, you know what I'm saying? People come up talking and stuff. I don't like the arguing. And I can't grab him and grab him. And then when I mute him, he gonna say something. When I mute you, you gonna say something. So how about y'all just have some decorum and go one at a time? If y'all intelligent enough to form these arguments and have arguments and discussions like this, but y'all ain't intelligent enough to be quiet until the other one finished talking, it's absurd to me. I ain't got no problem with neither one of y'all. I like both of y'all. If you don't like the way it's ran, though, while I'm up here, you can leave. I don't give a, it ain't like, for me, I was trying to have some entertainment so I can give an analysis of the debate. Really wasn't even supposed to be all this because I thought y'all had already finished the debate. What type of stuff we really got going on here when we're trying to do things? And this is what I don't, this is the part I don't like. I like talking and hearing two intelligent minds go at it. I hate hearing two intelligent minds don't even act like they're intelligent and keep arguing and talking. Nah, that ain't what I was saying. Oh, shut up, can you mute him? Both. We got a thing that says, this man is talking. He making a point. Let me let him finish. Because he's gonna finish. The person, whoever talking, can't talk forever. They gonna land they plane. That's when you know that they done. And then you start talking. Hopefully, since you didn't interrupt, the other person won't interrupt. What point is y'all trying to get across? Can't nobody hear neither one of y'all when y'all talking together. I came to watch this debate, and Humble gone, so I don't even need either one of y'all up here to do what I was doing. Y'all can smash shit because I ain't got no time for it, especially when people start acting like somebody don't got control of their panel or that they some type of little man or some shit like that. No, that ain't what we doing over here. Nowhere close, especially when I'm up on this piece. We're going to handle it right. Now, I would like to bring y'all back up so y'all can finish talking, but it ain't no need to even argue about it. I thought y'all was going to come up and tell why you think you won, and that was going to be enough. Why you think he lost. I thought Pitt was going to come up and tell why he think you won, why you think you lost. I thought we was going to watch the video, and then I was going to give a little analysis that I made, and that was going to be it. We can get control over here. You can get control everywhere, but it shouldn't be about that. It should be about the participants of the thing and to want a certain type of decorum when we have these things because they in history. People can come watch this over and over again to see the arguments, form arguments with your arguments. Y'all got the wrong idea about this. For me, it's already said who done won. Because the debate is over. I don't know the real judgment and the analysis that I give it's nothing. This is just my analysis. I was trying to get y'all up on here to get some more entertainment and thinking. I'll come up here on some whole other and there's no need for it. This is the kind of arguments this is why the arguments go on forever. Because people can't agree to disagree. I don't know who you want to sway. There ain't nobody to sway. People already got their opinion. That's what we're doing here. But it ain't no need to argue and act like it's something. If I say you lie, if I start talking and I say you lie, well, wait till he finishes saying it. Then you come up after he finished and tell him why you think he lied. If Pitt is taking some of your words out of context while he talking, you ain't got to interrupt right there. Y'all know how this go. Just take your turn. Because ain't nobody around nobody to make somebody start doing something. We on the internet. I don't like muting people. I don't like pushing no buttons. No, none of that. Because I think people should have a certain type of posture, especially if you claim to be intelligent. We can talk and be rah-rah all day, and that's what we do, especially when you have debates and face-offs and stuff. But that ain't what this is. The debate is over. Shit. What up, Humble? Man, yeah, you better get up here and take care of your boys, man, because I ain't got no time for it, man. For real.
What up, man? I had to come back over here. This is great. First off, let me make this publicly known, bro. We don't, if somebody is reading the source, we know how decorum works. We know how decorum works. If somebody's reading the source, let them finish reading their source. It shouldn't be no people want to interject or people want to ask questions while you read. Let them finish. And it's frustrating, bro. It's really frustrating. Me, I listen. I've had practice with that shit. You feel me? All right, niggas do that. I come back and bust them in their head. But there's other people who really want to get the information out. And there's people who want to hear the information. Let me meet this. So how we gonna hear that? So how we gonna hear the information? How we gonna hear the information if people are over talking the person that's presenting the information
and yelling, but they saying things that are just like not true and then misrepresenting, bro. That's the frustrating part. For when I'm sitting up laying the whole thing, and you were there when I mentioned the whole elephantine Jews.
Mm-hmm.
He said that, and we denied them when I mentioned that they recognize themselves as fellow Yahweh worshipers, and they offered to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. Correct? He said, "Yeah," and you see in the Bible, we denied them that. Whole time, that's not talking about the elephantine Jews. That's about the Samaritans, right?
Right.
And so when he says we denied them that, he's aligning himself up with the Jerusalem population. So when we were going through, and then we see that the Jerusalem population were the ones who were subject to the Babylonian exile. They were in the Babylonian exile. The Samaritans who were able to retain their Torah and keep the Torah stayed there in Samaria in their geographical location, so they didn't lose the Torah. That's why they called themselves the real Israelites. He wanted to jump off the Jerusalem boat, and he's talking about, I'm lying. That's not true. But what are you doing? You just double talking and you're long. And he does that so guys get riled up and then the guy talking about, I wanted it to be entertaining. No, don't let him talk over me so we could be getting to yell and back and forth because it's entertaining, bro. No, we tell you for information. We not clowns. We not circus pups. You know what I mean? We not here for entertainment. We're here for the information. It's a difference. Big difference.
And that's why we gotta let when people are speaking, you know what I'm saying? Of course, everybody, man, listen, we know how this go, man. We all got big egos, we all jump out there, but we know when enough is enough and what's going too far is going too far. You see what I'm saying? I say my little 1, 2 while you talking, I make my little snicker while you talking, but I let you get it out. I'm not about to sit here and just keep saying stuff every time you open your mouth, and now I'm messing up your reading pattern. Now you can't. Hey, that's disturbing. You see what I'm saying?
It's phatic, man. You throwing off the whole sway of the game. You know what I mean? And that's not conducive.
And I agree with that. All I'm saying is, if I can tell him to be quiet, but he won't. If they won't be quiet, what I'm supposed to do? I got to do it until you get.
And y'all, and respectfully, I ain't trying to little boy nobody or nothing. Brothers tell me when I'm hosting, hey, bro, control your panel. Because sometimes I let the brothers scrap it out a little bit, sometimes myself. when brothers get to yelling for that order, when niggas get to yelling for that ma'at, I don't have a problem with utilizing these mute buttons. Yeah. And hey, I'll put you in the back chat for a couple seconds. Hey, bro, about 5 seconds, bring you back. Hey, bro, that's just to let you know, bro, we need silence right now. You know what I mean?
And that's what I need to learn to do. I hate muting people because I know, you know what I'm saying, but I try to rather get order because I be thinking we all intelligent enough to just be like, okay, let me be quiet if I wasn't talking. And you're right. He shouldn't be interrupting. It was your turn up there. I wasn't saying none of that. The only thing that got me mad is that when I try to get it, I know I don't got no authoritative voice. I can't say it, so I'm asking people because that's not what I do. I'm rather cool with it. I think everybody gonna act a certain way. And I know your frustration because you've been doing this in the place that you come from and the way you give your arguments. I understand you're frustrated, but please don't hold it against me because I'm a rookie just now starting this. I ain't trying to make nobody look bad. I know that if I had my choice, I could cut microphones on and off, but I don't want people leaving and getting mad and then talking stuff. They just cut people's mic off over there and let this person talk over people. And when you do it to this person, they just cut my mic off and let this person talk. I don't want none of that. I'd rather everybody make the right choice to shut up when you're supposed to and speak when you're supposed to speak.
That's respect. You know what I mean? But these guys, they some wild kind of cats, man. A lot of these cats on here is wild. And they take advantage of that little bit of slither and that ability to speak, and they take advantage of that. They like, oh, if I can keep on getting off like that, well, I'm gonna keep on being interruptive, and they make a pattern of that. You know, it's guys on here who make a pattern of that stuff, bro. Right. And let me say this to you: it's never personal, bro. I'll be telling my brother Humble the same. Hey, bro, get this nigga, bro. Control the panel, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah. Well, how you gonna let him get off like this, bro? Don't let him do this. I'll be on because at the end of the day, like, and Humble know this because he's in it, bro. This like a sport for us. So just like when you on a basketball court, you see Kobe, you see LeBron, you see Michael Jordan, and he get fouled, and he turn around, hey, ref, what the you doing, man? What's going on, man? Right. How you gonna let him do that? Ref ain't taking it personal, like, oh, Kobe don't like me, man. LeBron don't like me. Yeah, you know what I mean, but gotta understand, because you have that authoritative position, I'm looking at you to maintain the order of this game.
Got you, man. And like I said, I apologize. I didn't mean to go on no rant or nothing like that. And I understand your frustration.
Sometimes ref throw your ass off the game too.
Yeah, it will. And I got to get used to it. I just got to, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, like you said, it ain't nobody's feelings should be involved. So I just got to maybe start doing that. If you have a problem with it, then you just have a problem with it. To keep mayat. Ain't that what y'all say? To keep order.
You trying to keep mayat. Yeah, because order don't always make everybody feel good. Everybody don't operate in order. Some guys really thrive in inspect, and that's a real thing.
That's a fact. And that's why me personally, like, even with me, you see what I'm saying? I talk to people, you know, I don't be too hesitant to jump in there, and because I know me, hey, look, I can dominate. Like, no, man, hey, look, we ain't trying to hear that, man. But then at a certain point, I gotta be, I go ahead, you get it off. I'm gonna let you at least take 3 to 4 minutes. You making your point after you sounded redundant. All right, bro, look, you sounded redundant. Bop. Oh, all right, you got some more to say? Land your plane so we can get it off. You see what I'm saying? But it's just about, you can't just be up here just saying anything. And see, that's something that I appreciate about my brother Ase. And that showed a growth of platforms, right? Because Quantum, you've been over there, you've been on the hometown, but there is no real moderation. So they do get to get it in and all day long, and that's hours and hours and hours and hours. And it takes somebody like me or Ase to come and be like, all right, can we get to something intellectual now? Like, we didn't watch the bull crap. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
we didn't did
over here.
Let's get to this part.
Over here, I was about to say, over here, Pitbull got to learn that this is a real intellectual arena. We got to have some real decorum. You see what I'm saying? So that's a fact.
You can't just say anything, man. You can't just yell random pseudoisms. You know what I mean? And if you don't know something, you just don't know something. But, man, constantly misrepresenting a brother. And he had a long time to speak while I wasn't here. That was another thing. Like, damn, bro, let me get my spill out. You had Capone up here supporting you. Like, you was doing your thing, bro. Like, you had a lot of time. You spoke for a minute. Now let me defend a little bit of what I got going.
Facts.
Like I said, man, I only got so much control when people start, but like you say, I do got control to stop it at will, and maybe I need to use that power a little more when we're doing things like this, because
But I think Pitbull finna try to come argue with me, so I'm about to pull off. I'm gonna watch y'all from the comments. I don't want to argue with Pitbull.
Oh, Black Poet said
that's
Black
him.
Papa said drop the link. All right, brother Ase, we appreciate you, Brody.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna give my analysis too. Pretty sure like I said, it'd be entertaining. You said you need the link dropped?
Yeah, he said drop the link, bro.
Yeah, Pip, man, wherever y'all at, whoever listening, man. When you come up on the panel with me, if you ever come, I know it get pushy and people ruffle your feathers. Well, I'm the only one got feathers, so I don't know, but when people get you where you want to be irate, and I know, like you said, I done been over there to Bigo, but they still have a certain type of decorum over there too. Like people shut up and let people.
Hold on 1 second, Quantum. My bad. Why would you tell us drop the link, but then you want to stay in the comments, bro? What's up with that? That's crazy work. Go ahead.
I see my man. Let's give a shout out to the chat. Anyway, I ain't even been looking at it. Shout out to my man US Friedmanism in the building.
Yeah, I just gotta set everything up on this platform on this laptop right here, Quantum, and then I'll be able to help you out on the back end, bro. It ain't gonna take me long. Give me to tomorrow. I got you.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it ain't no problem. Maybe I say right. Maybe I do need to be more authoritative when I'm doing it. And if people don't like it, then they just don't like me. But I try to keep it the way I want people keeping it with me.
Yeah.
Not to speak when it's the right time. And I know we all fall victim to it. Like like he said, it happened everywhere. It happened on his channel, but he'll kick him quick. You know what I'm saying? Or put him backstage. And I did that a couple times before too. Just put it backstage. Jump back.
And that be the see, I'm natural. Like, it's funny because a lot of people, like when I host and moderate, I be trying to tell people like that be a lot of self-control. You feel me? I like to get off, man. I like to hop in there, get a little crazy, get a little wild sometimes. You see what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, for me, I was taught by some diligent people. You see what I'm saying? They were grateful enough to show me how to be patient, show me how to spread my message in short, concise ways so I won't have to be long-winded, because I can be long-winded. They taught me how to fill the room. They taught me so much when coming to communication that I developed these skills and I became a natural at it, and so as long as we're getting somewhere with the conversation, you see what I'm saying? For me, you want to bang as long as we being respectful. You see what I'm saying? You want to bang, you want to take opposition, okay, let's do that. You want to study, learn, share information, what we doing, we can do that too. You see what I'm saying? So it all depends.
I'm just like, if somebody up there and they saying something wrong, I'm gonna let them talk and keep saying this, because if they saying one thing wrong, they're gonna say some other wrong.
Yeah, that's why when we was talking about on the back end about giving people times, right? We want to start giving people 2 minutes to talk, bro.
Yeah. And then that does right there give me the authority to put somebody backstage if they talking on somebody else's story. See, I won't feel bad doing it then. And I shouldn't feel bad doing it now. But like I said, that's just me. A lot of other people, shout out to the chat. all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. We've been here for a minute. We ain't even got any commercials in the
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Shoot, you want to get back into this video, man?
Most definitely, most definitely.
Hebrew inscriptions, not biblical books. They show that Yahweh was understood in different regional forms tied to geography, right? So it says right here, to Yahweh of Timan and his Ashirta, all of what he requires of a man to act with composition, and Yahweh will give him according to his heart. Inscriptions on the Pythos beat. Amarayanu says, to my Lord, are you in peace? I blessed you by Yahweh of Timan and by his Ashirta. May he bless you and keep you and be with you, my Lord. More of it down here. Fragments on the plaster, very broken. May the days be long, and may they be satisfied. Yahweh of Timan and his Ashirah. Yahweh of Timan and his Ashirah. Yahweh of Timan. What? So we'll see why. Because he's talking about there was a name given. I want him to talk about the name given. It ain't no name given. Made it up. Fringe. Didn't I see that in the chat? Fringe. All titles, no names. Kerbet El Kum. The Kerbet El Kum inscriptions are a collection of Iron Age Paleo-Hebrew texts discovered in Elite Burial Cave in 1967. The most famous tomb pillar inscription dates to the 8th century BCE and is highly significant for the ancient Near Eastern religious history. The defaced limestone inscriptions generally translate as follows. Right? And that's what I was giving you right here. So the Kerbet El Kum, page 2, primary tomb inscription. While the stone is damaged and difficult to read, scholars generally translate the primary text as Uriyahu the Rich or Prince wrote it. Blessed be Uriyahu by Yahweh, or sometimes because from his enemies by his Ashirah he has saved him. So that we can go to biblical archaeology. Tap that. And then to go right into it, but we ain't gonna go into it right now. I don't want to go into it this moment. Not that one in specific. Let's keep on going. Go back to Deuteronomy 32 and the number 70. Because this is more of that. This is patterns. He's right. We're doing parallels and patterns. We're doing the scholarship. We're doing the work. We ain't just taking takes at his face value after the Jews then played with it. The Jerusalem Jews didn't deal what they wanted with it after they done lost the Torah for 400 to 600 years. Who knows? Right? We got to observe. So Deuteronomy 32 and it's number 70. In the ancient Jewish tradition, there were 70 nations. Right? Lie if you want to. They are right here on the right. In the Ugaritic mythology, El has 70 divine sons. Coincidence or complete inspiration? Many scholars see a connection. El governs all nations, then divine sons are given inheritance. And so happened Yahweh received Israel. This closely matches the Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9, don't it? Come on, fam. You can't deny this stuff, dude. And then you up here talking about monotheism. You ain't had no monotheism at first. You have monolatry. What's that? Let's talk about it. Monolatry. What is it? It's the belief in the existence of many gods, but with the consistent worship of only one deity. So when you even dealing with the beginning, it's a whole shift. You go from clear absorbing of the pantheons, you go into monolatry, and now you want to, then they start kicking the monotheism when they come out of exile. The earliest biblical laws often assume other gods existed, didn't it? Exodus 20:3, you shall have no other gods before me. So that means, so he come out, no consort, no this, no that, strong and wrong. Huh? You can have no other gods before me. They didn't say you couldn't have no gods, below me. You just can't do it like you do me. You can't love them like you love me. Huh? Exodus 15:11. Who is like you among the gods? Oh, Yahweh, so it's other gods. Right? Psalm 95:3. Yahweh is a great king above all gods. It's funny because the king of the gods, according to the ancient Near Eastern culture, especially in that Ugaritic Canaanite area, where they came up and developed the language at, that's what you will be saying about El. El was the king and the father. These passages sound less like other gods do not exist and more like Yahweh is superior to them. Scholars commonly call this stage monolatry, or what others people might know as henotheism. Divine beings become subordinate. Psalm 82 is especially important. It depicts El, or Elohim, standing in a divine council and judging other gods. Rather than eliminating the divine beings, later theology just demoted them. The older gods gradually become angels, heavenly hosts, and princes of nations. Good example is Daniel 10. Where nations have supernatural princes, like I said. And angelic messengers tell Daniel, the priest of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 20 days, but Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me. Is this man fighting, or are these supernatural divine beings in conflict? You know the answer. The latter. A few verses later, what does it say? Do you know why I have come to you? Now I will return to fight against the prince of Persia. And when I go out, behold, the prince of Greece will come. Daniel 10:20. They are not talking about men. And then it says, there is none who contends by my side against these except Michael, your prince. So we have a prince of Persia, prince of Greece, and then we have this prince Michael. So they're giving you this, letting you know that we dealing with the divine. This ain't no physical on the ground work. Daniel 10:21, where they announced Daniel as another one of these divine princes. So you see how these original divine beings, who were mostly gods from the other nations, over these other nations, as we see in the Ugaritic, now they like divine princes and stuff like that, huh? Divine prince. Prince of Persia, a supernatural being who's associated with the Persian Empire. We have the prince of Greece, a supernatural being associated with Greece. Michael is the heavenly prince associated with Israel. Later, Daniel says, at that time shall arise Michael, the great prince who has charge of your people. Daniel 12:1. Right? We know what's going on, family. So, reduction, page 2, because that's what's happening. They're reducing them. Scholars connect this to the older tradition found in Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9. I'm going to keep drilling that, because that's the debate, right? Where the nations are divided amongst the sons of God, El. This is why Daniel 10 is often cited in discussions of the transition from the divine council theology to later Jewish monotheism. The supernatural rulers of Persia, Greece, and Israel resemble the earlier sons of God assigned to the nations of Deuteronomy 32.
Hey, man, my man Ase just lit the stage on fire. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, brother Pitbull. Hold on. Let's get
Yeah, he doing it. He doing just what I said he gonna do. Parallel, show no comparative text to what the actual Hebrew text says. He just reading out of their information, telling you about their gods and what their gods do. It's fine. It sounds good, bro. It really sounds good. But when we get into this table of deities and see that you're only dealing with, we start the time already, or I'm just talking?
No, I ain't start the time. Okay,
well, man, don't let him just freestyle.
You see your rules.
Hey, listen, hold on. Hey, man, who y'all rocking with in the chat, man? We got some people rocking with Ase. We got some people rocking with Pitbull.
You know we got the Israelite vote. You know that.
Hey, man.
I'm about to give Pitbull his 10 minutes.
Did he have?
You ready, Pitbull?
Did Pitt have anything to share?
Yeah. Stuff.
Yeah. Put my slides up there, man.
Yeah, make sure you
share.
Absolutely. Because he's steady with these parallels, but he still ain't showed y'all where this Northwest Semitic.
You want me to show the 10?
Don't stop me from talking. Just put them up there while I talk.
I don't know which one you want me to put up there. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Which one you want me to put up there?
Yeah, and in the debate, you can't have no extra time to talk. You got to wait till it say start.
That's what he was doing.
His time was running. As soon as he started talking, I was running his time.
No doubt. Just put it where we stop. I'm gonna speed through these right here though, because he doing just what I said.
They in the comments right there. Quan. Yeah. All right, it's on you, Pitbull.
Right. Go up one more.
Go up. You talking about the slide right here?
One slide. Next slide. Yeah. That was the one you going the wrong way.
This way.
Right there. Right. Before I get started on this, I do want to say, pay attention to how he's not recognizing that they're in a specific region where they all spoke and shared the North, West, Shemitic, Davidic language. So why he keep throwing L around like this, saying and attaching it to different people and giving it to different tribes and people group that wasn't even in the same area at the same time. Notice how his timelines ain't even matched up. And then he just shot himself in the foot because he just mentioned 4 different L's from 4 different people groups. So how and why is it a problem when the Hebrew people that speak that same language use this as a title to identify the high God, but he has a name in Yahuwah, Yohed Wahed, which means to become, to exist, or unseen. Now, I want to turn y'all attention back to Deuteronomy 32 and 8 and 9, because some older witnesses include a Dead Sea Scroll reading, and the suggested trend reads sons of God / divine beings instead of sons of Israel. But the argument is that Elohim / Most High divided the nations, and Yahuwah received Jacob and Israel as his portion, making it appear that Elohim and Yahuwah are separated, but it's not, because it's layered. Now, when we look at this clear case, right, the original El or Elohim was Most High God, right? Yahuwah is Israel's national deity, so in that nation, El would be their Most High God by title with the name Yahuwah. This is what he don't want to deal with. This is what he keep running from, and this is what he's been running from all night. I played dead in that first round because I wanted to let him dig himself in this L hole where we know, not hell hole, but L hole, because again, I'm going to take y'all back. They all speak a what? A Southwestern Shemitic language group. So when they're talking about a deity or a god, El is going to be associated to it. But here's where it gets very specific and chronological for the Hebrew people when they attach the name Yahuwah. which means the unseen deity to become or exist in the Hebrew understanding. This is totally different than all of the other L's that he mentioned, right? And then he kind of lied on me too, because I never said that they had multiple L's in that passage. I never said that. I don't know where he got that from. But let's get on to the slide. For an example, another parallel. I'm gonna deal with this real quick. How in the Ugaritic you got Nade with the real. You went too fast. You went too fast. Hold on, go back real quick. The primary text, Inca and Nasuja in time is one of the 8 deities created by Nunahurst to the healing Inca after the. After they ate, my screen. Let me put my screen on. After they ate the forbidden plant, the story involves healing multiple body parts. Sumerian IT creates the double meaning rib in life. The biblical Genesis 2 uses Tesla rib side and names the woman Siobhan, the life giver, right? Mother of all living. These are 2 different stories, but they parallel because similarities happen within this understanding. Next slide, bro. I ain't gonna stay on that too long. This is what y'all gotta see, that these parallels are happening, right? And he's not tying these information to the actual people that is following the deity that is giving the orders for what they're supposed to be doing. It's totally different. He's not showing you the same deity in all of these L's. He's showing you emphatically different L's in all these L's. But in the 4th century BCE, Yehud Silver, the British Museum, the script Yahweh stated on the wing wheel and preserve archaeology worship of Yahuwah or Yahweh, identified as Zeus or the sun god. So again, here you see them arguing about who this actually is. They don't know who this is on this coin, but they're using a title or attribute in this language group that would depict the god. Now here's the most damning part of it. We know it's not Yahuwah YHWH because that ain't even what's on the actual inscript. That's the argument that they having. What's on the actual inscript is YHD. Totally different deity, right? Now, the silver from that Persian preserved Yehud, ancient Judah, 4th century BCE inscript is likely YHD, referring to previous Yehud, not Yahweh. Something totally different. This is inscripted as a clear mix of Greek Zeus-like state or figure and a Persian winged wheel deity like what we see in their pantheons. So now we get to an even later phase around the 4th century where they start to mix that culture. But what we see in the older text from the Hebrew, it's not this. You see? Next slide. Y'all got to pay attention to what this brother is doing. He's very crafty. He's like that serpent in Genesis. That's why he's fighting the way he fights. But it ain't gonna work because he's only dealing with parallels. Deuteronomy 33:2 refers to Sarim, shows you as a desert storm god, and this is one of the things that he's been saying. Just one God in the mountains, and this is where he fails and his argument fails. Because it's not even one God. This is goat demons with an S. It's multiple things going on within this religion. But in the actual Deuteronomy uses this prolific template language during Yahweh's coming from Seir and Seir or Seir. Not he derives that or this is the origin story of him. No, this means he just come through there. There's no findings. There's no actual evidence, solid structure in theology that says absolute. What my opponent is saying is true. And what the text says right here, it does not identify you as a storm god or equal to him in the region deities like Akkad or Ashur. In Leviticus 17:7 referred to the goat demon. So he's calling these very things out in the text, but he is trying to attribute them to it as if it's Yahuwah, the God of the Hebrew people. When we can clearly see they clashing. These different books or these different scripts, these different writings are getting clashed with the Torah's information, dated back from antiqual times, and shortly when these people come into the land, just like with the Canaanites. Next slide, brother. Let me move on down. Just like we see with these other people. Now, the primary text in Yahuwah's description as storm god or rival on the rider on the clouds description identifies him with Baal, but in the primary text shows the Hebrew a sort shows regional storms and warriors language. Psalms 29, Exodus 15, Psalm 68 to describe Yahuwah's power. However, the same corporate presence against Baal was worship and praise Yahuwah as having no consort or rivals. So the imagery is adopted in theology, rejected the Baal cycle and cult structure, actively debated whether it is specific on these things. Deeper inferration, meaning the conduit of it. Now, we see that the sources is the Ugaritic Baal cycle KTU, and compared to Psalms 27, 68, 104, Exodus 15, Kings 18, through Mark L. Smith. So these are things that are still being debated, and they ain't even know for sure that that's what that is. That says, right, what I just said, it shows that it ain't, but they don't know, so they going with they don't know. Next slide. What we got to really look at is the adoption of these things in later times because of the language closeness. Yahuwah inherits El's title, El Elyon, creator of heaven, Elyon, heavens of the creator of the heavens and earth, and therefore the same deity. That's the claim, but the text evidence, correction, and outside scholarly debates, they're still debating this. The Ugaritic El is the high god and the father of the pantheon. The biblical text uses similar epithets for Yahuwah, but moves distinctly towards exclusivity, monotheism. The worship is one alignment, theology, transformation, not simply identification. Scholarly debate consists on these lines of community versus the distinction in earlier Israelite religion. So the same shit. You can read the text KTU. They're saying that Mark L. Smith is saying that these things are still being argued, but we see so many differences in these two different writing styles and religious faiths that we can't say they're the same. Next slide. We see a lot of similarities is all they saying. Next slide, bro. We dealing with the Asherah was worship, right? Angle, Yahuwah, in Israelite, the biblical curves uses polytheism. Now we see that the Arcadic data in script figures suggest popular verses of Asher in some periods in regions. Biblical text suggests determines it as figure, influence, and systematic, and detains between popular prices of official covenant theology is key.
Time, Pitbull. That's time, Pitbull.
So he dealing with parallels, man.
That's time, fellas. That's time, fellas. All right. My man Pitbull got the page out up here. He said, shit, watch this. Okay. Well, you know what? All right. So, since we started off with Ashe, we want to start.
Oh, we got one more round. We just doing 2 rounds.
Yeah, 2 rounds. This y'all cross examination right here. Hey,
come on, bro. Give us one more round.
Y'all about to say y'all know we can. we can always slide in one more round.
Do you agree, Pitt? Do you agree?
Hell yeah, I got plenty more. I got 66 slides, man. Let's go.
All right. Okay, that's we got one more round. And for
Let's
this
go.
round, we can get a brother's 12 minutes.
Let's clear this thing. Let's
absolutely.
They out here getting this short.
You got to go and show some truth now. You got to put some. You got to come on, man.
Hey,
you got to show me what you was doing. What you said.
So good, bro. I know you was on my team like that. I know you.
Man, hey, listen, you ain't showed me nothing yet.
My boy like that.
You said me nothing yet.
You my boy. Can't
Hey,
get enough of
listen.
you, man. But let's get to it, man.
You gonna give it up to Ashe? Your 12 minutes start now, Ashe.
Okay, y'all. Now we running. Now I'm just finna run it. No more filibuster and talking in between. Let's go. The exile and rise of exclusive monotheism, because we just talked about the monolatry, right? How they once recognized of the God. So we're watching a shift within their own culture. So he can't tell me that it was an absolute when we're seeing fluidity within the culture itself. The destruction of Jerusalem by Babylonian exile was a major turning point. Prophets such as 2nd Isaiah began making stronger claims like, I am Yahweh and there is no other, right? Isaiah 45:5 says, beside me, there is no God. Besides me, there is no God. So hold on, wait. When we were just reading, he was like, man, you can't put no other God before me. Who's the other God amongst who's better than me? He was doing comparisons and letting you know, like, I'm the king, I'm on top. But now they didn't went into this and they didn't lost the Torah, so they don't know what the hell they talking about over here. Right? So they start adding these texts in, like Isaiah. This is different from the earlier text that merely place Yahweh above other gods. Now the claim is that other gods are not truly divine at all. More cultural polytheism. Let's look at the Elephantine Jews. The Elephantine Jews were a military colony living on an island in southern Kemet during the 5th century BCE under the Achaemenid Empire. They spoke Aramaic and left behind hundreds of papyri, letters, contracts, and religious documents. What makes them so significant is that they were unquestionably Jews. They worshiped Yahuwah, in his words. They observed some Jewish customs and they correspond with authorities in Jerusalem, so they was checking in. Yet their religion looked different from the strict monotheism familiar from that later Judaism. Elephantine Jews, page 2. One of the biggest surprises for the papyri is that the Elephantine Jews maintain their own temple to Yahweh while they were smack dab in Egypt. This is important because Deuteronomy and later biblical traditions emphasize Jerusalem as the central sanctuary, which the Samaritans who have the original Pentateuch also disagree with. Their location, as the brother Morpheus has shown, was Mount Gerizim. The Elephantine community apparently saw no contradiction in having a Yahweh temple in Egypt, right? Elephantine Jews, page 3. Several papyri contain oath formulas and religious references that mention more than just Yahweh. For example, some texts invoke Yahweh and Anat Yahu, which will be the consort. Elephantine Jews agree with ancient Samaritans, like I was saying. Both the Jews of the Elephantine and the Samaritans appear to preserve traditions that challenge the idea that Jerusalem was the only legitimate place to worship Yahweh. Then they thought the Jerusalem Jews was on some flim-flam. That's how you get the Masoretic and all of that Tanakh mess. The book of Deuteronomy, and I said Tanakh, I meant to say what's the name of it? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Talmud. The book of Deuteronomy insists that sacrifices should be offered only at the place that Yahweh will choose. Later Jewish tradition identified that place as Jerusalem. Note, in Deuteronomy, they didn't really give you a place originally. The Jews at Elephantine maintained a functioning temple to Yahweh in Egypt. Even more striking, after their temple was damaged, they wrote letters seeking permission to rebuild it in Jerusalem. That was. They contacted authorities connected with Jerusalem and Samaria, indicating they saw themselves as part of the broader Yahweh worshiping community. So you can't say these ain't your folks. The fact that they had their own temple at all suggests they belonged to a tradition that predated full centralization. Who is Anat Yahu that you just talked about, Ashe? Anat was a well-known Northwest Semitic goddess. In the text from the Ugaritic, Anat is a powerful warrior goddess associated with Baal. At Elephantine, we find references to Anat Yahu. Like I said, the Elephantine evidence becomes even more interesting when you combine it with the inscriptions from Kuntalit Arjuru, like we talked about, and Krebet al-Kum, like we talked about. Now we looking at more than just parallels. Now we looking at a pattern of polytheism amongst these antiquity Jews. Stop playing. And by the way, Anat was also made into a netcher for the debate that's coming up between Jabari and Reggie. Elephantine and the Samaritans, page 2. We only need that. I want you to know that this is the same Yahoo from the Soler, because they will try to debate and say, man, that was it was a place, but what was the place referencing? Was it referencing the deity that was there? So I want to give you 3 witnesses, 3 different occasions where Yahoo is associated with this deity. So we just seen Anat Yahu in what they were never saying Yod Hey Wah Hey Elephantine. They were also saying Yahu, this Yod, this YHW. So it's the same way. That was the name that the Jews and Elephantine were using to describe Yahweh. In the New Kingdom Egyptian inscription, the Egyptians refer to the groups called the Shasu, who were semi-nomadic pastoral peoples in the southern Levant. One inscription among the reign of Amenhotep III, 14th century BCE, found that Soleb temple mentions the land of the Shasu of Yahoo. Similar references appear in inscriptions from the reign of Ramses II. The name is usually transliterated as Yahoo because ancient Egyptians writing generally omitted vowels. Many scholars view Yahoo and Yahweh are related. The significance is that the reference appears centuries before the earliest clear Israelite inscriptions mentioning Yahweh. Where were the Shasu? The Shasu of Yahweh were located south of Canaan, in regions associated with, once again, where did God say he was coming from in Deuteronomy? Edom, Seir, Paran. And we also got Midian in the northern Arabian desert, but this is all these southern locations once again, family. What's going on? Why ain't this Israel? We're Canaan. We're the northern region. Matter of fact, where the hell is the dude that Abraham met El Shaddai? Because he was all the way in Mesopotamia with that business, but we'll talk about that package in a minute. These are the same reasons associated with Yahweh in several biblical texts. These are southern territories, not Jerusalem or the central Canaanite highland. And look at my man right here. We famous. You all know this dude, Netanyahu. In his name is Nathan. Is Nathan Yahoo. His name means has given. Yahweh has given. Yahoo has given. In his name, he's venerating his deity. This is the same Yahoo, fam. Real Jew. Mari tablets show a title, not a name. So when he said it shows a name, we have a name, you have nothing. So we have this Yahweh in the Mari tablets. King J put me onto this. Yahweh is not a noun meaning Yahweh is not a noun meaning to exist, but a verbal prefix meaning he exists or he is. Found in Amorite personal names like Yahweh Adu, which is Adad, which is the deity, and Yahweh El. So wait. It points to the same root verb behind the biblical name Yahweh, suggesting an ancient West Semitic origin. The root Yahweh derives from the Semitic root HWY, to be or to exist. Ain't this supposed to be your boy? Who you said it was his name? But right here we have it in way older text, and it's a title, Yahweh, a prefixal title. So it's associated with other gods, Adad, who becomes Baal, and then we have El, who we already been talking about him the whole time. Experts believe Yahweh acts as a verb rather than being an independent name of a deity ad mari. The two notable names in the Mari tablets containing Yahweh element are Yahweh Adu and Yahweh El, found with royal archive of over 20,000 unclaimed tablets. Let's go. We even got Shema's preservation in the deity. We ain't gonna go to all of that. We ain't gonna beat him over the head with all of that. Let's keep on going. El says, what do El do? We talking about El. What is his attributes? In the Ugaritic, El is the father of the gods. He's the creator. He's the bull El, which means he's the head. The bull symbolizes strength, fertility, fertility, and kingship. Ancient and wise, because he's ancient and wise. He's compassionate and merciful. He's a judge and arbitrator, and he's the husband of Bashir. He's the head of the divine council. He's that man. Yahweh attributes before El. Yahweh, he's a warrior deity appearing in battle and leading the armies, as we see with the early Israelites. He's a storm deity, like what he just talked about. He just proved my point, associated with thunderclouds, rain, and lightning. He's a mountain deity connected with Sinai, which is a mountain, Sierra, a mountain, Paran is a mountain. He's in other desert mountains, right? He's a desert deity originating within the southern wilderness rather than the traditional Canaanite heartland. He's a divine marcher, depicted as coming from the south in power and glory. Like I said, he marched from Seir. He's not a creator. This reconstruction, the earliest Yahweh looks less like the aged patriarchal El and more like a powerful southern warrior storm god whose coat entered Israel and was later identified with El, eventually inheriting El's titles and authority. The key evidence comes from the southern origin poems, the Shasu Yahweh inscriptions, and passages such as Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9, especially the Dead Sea Scrolls reading where El Elyon appears to assign nations to divine beings while Yahweh receives Israel as his portion. We even got Jeroboam at Bethel, which means Beit El, house of El. Right? And he has bulls all through his shrine. I just said that El was the bull. So according to the biblical account, Jeroboam, son of Solomon, he's a Hebrew, he's an Israelite, established a co-center at Bethel, right? At Beit El, house of El, and placed a golden calf or a bull image there. In 1 Kings 12, 28 through 9, 28 through 9, Jeroboam is said to have made 2 golden calves and declared, here are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. He placed one at the house of El and the other at Dan, famous for the Tel Dan stele. But y'all quick to try to validate yourself through Tel Dan. But he had the bull El over at Tel Dan. Tell the truth. Scholars often note that in the ancient Levant, bull imagery was associated with strength, kingship, and divine power. In the Ugaritic religion, the high god El was frequently called bull El. Right? Let's keep going. Scholars. Othmar Kiel studied ancient Near Eastern iconography. I get that solar symbolism. No, we don't want the solar symbolism. Let's go into this right here. Nassim Amzalai points to the striking evidence that the biblical book of Psalms is preserving Canaanite attributes of El, points to this storm god epithet, right? We got Glenn Taylor. Taylor's book, Yahweh and the Sun, is a major academic studies devoted specifically to this topic. He argues that the solar symbolism played a significant role in the development of Yahweh and worship in Jerusalem. Mark S. Smith, who he quoted, Smith is better known for his work on the Yahweh-El relationship, right, and the divine council, but he also argues how Yahweh accumulates traits over time. And boy, ooh.
Hey, that's time, y'all. That's time, y'all.
I mean,
we're gonna get into it. I can't wait to get this cross-examination.
Wait. That wasn't time. I accidentally hit that. It was 10:54. He still got a little bit over a minute left.
Okay.
I accidentally hit that too fast. I apologize
for
that.
Go ahead, Ashe. Keep getting it out.
All right. Smith, better known for his work on the Yahweh's relationship to El and the divine council, but he also discusses how Yahweh accumulated traits from multiple deities over time. In his reconstruction, Yahweh absorbed functions and symbolism that had once belonged to the other divine figures within the Western Semitic pantheon. Right? We'll go on again. Thomas Romer in The Invention of God. He states in his book, when the worshippers of Yahweh settled in Canaan, they came into contact with the god El, the head of the Canaanite pantheon. The integration of Yahweh into the Syrian-Palestinian world was achieved primarily through this identification with El. This identification was relatively easy because El was an old, wise, and benevolent God whose attributes could easily be transferred to Yahweh. Keep going. Michael Coogan, this is a 2-for-1 on the head. Lecturer on Hebrew Bible at Harvard Divinity School and director of publications for the Harvard Semitic Museum, author of a brief introduction to the Old Testament. He says, Coogan outlines now how the ancient Israelites did not initially reject Canaanite religion, but rather grew out of it. He often points to the visual symbols like the golden calf to show how attributes of El, who was regularly symbolized as a bull in Canaanite myths, were applied directly to Yahweh. He says, originally, Yahweh and El were distinct. Yahweh was a god of localized origins in the south, while El was the original Canaanite pantheon. Damn. I can't get this. I can't get this slide out.
You through.
All right.
Because you trash anyway.
All right. Slide out. I can't get that slide out.
Nah.
Let him finish the paragraph.
I ain't gonna let him sit up here and keep lying. Then we just say we can't have no more extra time. When I tried to do it, yeah, you telling lies.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do it. That's how it go. That's how it go. No,
I ain't heard you go to Torah yet. The only thing you went in Torah for was to get the word El. You ain't broke none of these people customs down. None of these people traditions down. None of these people histories. None of what they did. You ain't dealt with none of the Hebrews.
Get your slides up there.
Okay. Yeah. Get my slides up, man. I'm gonna go to work on this boy with the Torah now. I'm gonna dedicate this whole round to what the Hebrews did. Because you just talked about them going.
You say quantum? Hold on 1 second.
My bad. I say for hitting that too quick. You was going in, man. I had my finger over it. I accidentally hit it. But I think I accidentally helped you because when you see how much time you had, you actually start going a little bit faster.
Yeah, I speed up a little bit. You're right. Yeah,
Sorry, I can't let you.
You got a lot of information out real quick in that 1 minute and a couple seconds. But it's trash.
Hey, I got your slide. Which one you want me to bring up, Pitbull?
We're going to keep going with that because I'm going to be bouncing from the slides, but I really want to, the way he came, we got to deal with the text because he's frameworking this against the text and what these people were doing with their God. But remember, you can start the time and just put the slide that we stopped at up there, and we're going to get into it. I'm going to deal with What you got going on? Go to the next slide. We already dealt with her. The Asherah.
Your time starting now. You ready?
All right, yep. Right. So the herbal, the arbor society class of ethnic Asherahs, these hold on one second, y'all, my bad. These Abaru in Amiri letters are directly ancestors of the Israelites. This is a claim that is being made through theology. But again, notice how he keeps bringing up all of this history that is still being argued with no solid saying, right? This is the inscript right there. No solid saying of actually what they was doing, right? So the primary societal class term merges or disposit groups in the late Bronze Age Levantine possibly connects to early Israelite emergence in the highlands exit, but direct ethnic identity is debated. So he's keep giving y'all this information that's still being debated, and a lot of theologians would say is outdated. My sources is the Amorna letters in the archaeology data on the Iron Age in the Highlands discussed in its work on Israelite origins. So these would be the same scholars. We've been naming the same scholars because they all do this, but this is what they're arguing about. He's trying to say it as if it's absolute. And how we distinguish that is we go and look at what the people did in their book. So let's go right here for a second in Exodus 20:2. And it says, I am Yahuwah, thy Elohim, thou shalt have no other gods before me, thou shalt not make unto thee engraven image. What has he been showing you all night? Even this, look, you see it? That's a graven image. This is not the same God. Because look, they make engraven images of these things. But in the Hebrew text, it's strictly forbidden by this L. I'll play his game and put L on it as a title like he been using it all night. And now we'll never know the difference. And I can throw any pantheon on it when I'm using a title. But when we're talking about this information in Exodus, which comes from Yahuwah, YHWH, Yohei, Wahei, right? It is telling us, right, that we can't deal with none of these other gods. First of all, right? Deuteronomy 5:6. I am Yahuwah your Elohim, thou shalt have no other gods before me, thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. So again, we can never leave out the text that he started this debate on, which is Deuteronomy 32 in chapter 7. But you notice how he ain't dealing with the text to solidify nothing. He's only throwing you outside sources, which I've been showing y'all all night, are only parallels. Deuteronomy 34 Exodus 34:14. For thou shalt worship no other God, for Yahuwah, whose name is jealous, is a jealous Elohim. This one is a clearest worship, one God only. No matter if they had ancestors that was already under this God and they start breaking his laws, that don't change he had the laws. He still had the law set out for them. So because they did go against the law, does that mean their God is the same as all the other gods? No, because their God speaks against all of those gods. You can't ignore the text because you started the debate based on the text, but you've been running from the text all night. I'm here on you, boy. I'm here on you. Deuteronomy 6:13, for thou shalt fear Yahuwah, thy Elohim, serve him. You shall not go after other gods. Deuteronomy 32, and what says he divided the nation? According to, and this is his Unirigi idea that would try to parallel with this, but it goes obsolete against it. So if he's saying that the Hebrews believe that, why does they text say, right? Why does they text say something totally different? Don't go after these other gods. Deuteronomy 8:19. And it shall come, my screen went out, and it shall be if thou do. Hey, hold on. Hey, come back. Okay. Where did I go? Oh, hold on. My screen joined off. I was cooking. Okay.
You still here, Brody. You still here. We can hear you.
Where did my slide go though? The one I was on. Okay. Hold on. I'm almost back to it.
All right.
One more.
I stopped this time.
All right. Yeah.
Was that all right?
Yeah. Right. So he can make sure so he can see what he's doing.
Okay, all right, I'm back, bro. I'm back.
All right.
Yeah. Y'all started my time back. Did it get paused for me? Because my screen here when I'm working on two devices. You can go to the next slide on this one for me.
Yeah,
but I'm showing that Yahuwah said don't deal with all these other gods, right? In the Hebrew text, which is the people that's worshiping their high God, which is Yahuwah, right? Now, next slide, bro. Next slide. Why I can't move it down? It's got the live 120, the time over my slide. I can't even move it. Can you slide it down?
Hold on, I got you. Give me a second. All right. Hold on.
I was just able to do it, but now I can't. Because it's covering some of the title.
So I think what I gotta do is take it out of what's the call.
And I know it's because I'm on my phone, bro.
All right, there you go. Like, you want me to slide it down? So let me.
It's cool. I could, slide. Make it a little bit bigger than that. Because when I try to zoom in on it to read it, yeah, that's better. I just have to deal with it like that.
All right.
Go to the next slide, bro.
I got you.
Is that better right there? Can you read it until you can read it, and then I'll put it back up after you read the big part?
Yeah, I can read it like that. That's better.
All right, and once you get past it, I'll just make it back big.
Right.
Tell me when to start your time, and you go.
All right. And I was cooking, man. Let's get back to it. Just start the time. So we can clearly see again all of the evidence, the inscripts prove in this Kun tablet, a jar and script, Yahuwah and his Asherah. The script provides Yahuwah has a consort. The Hebrew text does not give that same account. So this can't be the same God. This can't be the same information. This is two different people group doing two different things. Next slide, bro. So I want to deal with Deuteronomy 32 context, sons of Moses, the scripture, because this is a song of Moses, right? Now, the Song of Moses frames the entire passage when Yahuwah explicitly, strategically covenant. He makes a covenant with Israel, the sons of God. Language serves to highlight that Yahuwah's possession is specifically Jacob and Israel. The song repeatedly confirms Yahuwah, or Yahweh as he's saying, as the only God who acts in history and judges false gods. So again, if the Hebrew text is showing that it judges false gods and gods that is not it, then it can't be the same as all these other gods when in the same construct. It also tells you that other gods are lesser or nothing and they should not go into them. Now let's deal with, because he keep talking about the Israelites serving all these other gods. Look, in Jeremiah 3:8-10, both houses, Israel and Judah, Yahuwah says, why do you keep doing that, bro? The house of Israel and Judah has broken my covenant, which I had made with their fathers. So before we even understand through the ideal of Israel and Judah who the fathers or who the God was, they had to go through a whole temperament. Jeremiah 3:8-10 says Yahuwah has given backsliding Israel a bill of divorce, but Judah saw it and slipped and fell as well. So Israel and Judah fell at the same time. This talking about them going and worshiping all these outside Israel nations that are in that region. And we done discussed all the gods that's over there. We understand that they're still speaking and is speaking in the same family language group and shared roots. So when they talk about a deity, it may be the same, and he even showed that in his own presentation that it's multiple L's. So which L is he trying to say? Because we see all these L's are different. And then he's trying to associate the biblical text to say that it's an origin story when it does not denote origin at all. So we got to deal with those facts. Next slide, brother. Psalms 106 and 19 said they have a calf in a.
Hold on 1 second. We done lost Pitbull.
Of an ox. So.
Hey, Pitbull, repeat what you just said because your audio went out.
What the hell? Psalms 106, 19 to 21, they made a calf and heard and worship the molten image. They changed their glory into the similitude of an ox. So this God of Israel says don't worship the calf that he kept trying to say is their God. The cow, these images. This is what Mark A. Smith's got to say. The parallels show Israelite hold on, it's jumping around. There we go. The same way he's been referencing all night. Now watch what he say. The parallels show Israelite region evolved from Canaan polytheism with no unacquired revelation. Now look, this is what Mark say. Real historical indications in culture continue exit. Hebrews text shows profound theological transform towards exclusive, right? Covenantal mentions. Now, Yahuwah, the primary text, afflicts Yahuwah as the only God, covenant with Israel. So here we go. They came up out of all of these different Canaanite gods because we just read in the Hebrew text that it said the Father broke the covenant. So that means they already had a God because their fathers already had a God. Right? And we already discussed all the other gods of these surrounding nations. So again, what this is showing you right here, between cultures emerging, theology dissolved into central to evoluting origin claims. This position remains subject of scholarly debate. So they still debating, trying to figure out, is it the same in their eyes? But when they look at the text of the Hebrew people, it shows too much separation. So it's got a lot of linguistical echoes because of the language group that they share, but it's saying they don't have enough in the text of the Hebrew people to say that they're the same because they're doing totally different things. Next slide. Here we got scribes and power structure shaped the Hebrew text to support early polytheism. So again, this is what the scholars are saying in the text evidence correction, outside scholarship debate. They're still debating. Sources played major roles in. That's time.
All right. Okay, my man Pitbull came back. Hey, Quantum or A1. We see brother A1 back. Hey, come on, yo. Poll in the chat. A voting poll for Ase and Pitbull. Hey, man, my man Pitbull went in on that heat right there. I don't know. Hey, Pitbull, mic check one time, Pitbull.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, man, I wasn't able to get on my computer today, man. For some strange reason, it wasn't even My screen was just black, man, so I had to work off my phone, man.
There's a lot of technical difficulties tonight, man. I'm glad y'all made it, though.
Absolutely.
Hey, Quana, we gonna do 8 minutes for the cross-examination. And we're gonna start with Pitbull cross-examining Ase.
All right. Bet before we
that ain't how that works.
Why it ain't? Why it ain't?
First round.
That is how it works.
You started the first round. They said this at the beginning.
Yeah, it's supposed to switch. And why you could? What happened to the 10 minutes? Too long?
They did 10 minutes.
We actually just gave a third round.
That was a third round for 12 minutes. They had two 10-minute rounds and then a 12-minute round.
Hey, listen, the chat was in here asking for a third round, so I had to give them a third round.
They got.
No, I was talking about the Q&A. The Q&A.
Oh yeah, so we ain't going. So that's the cross examination. We just gonna let them. You know, we're gonna give Pitbull 8 minutes to cross examine Ase. We're gonna give Ase 8 minutes to cross examine Pitbull.
Let's go.
Man, I don't know how to. Big Titan. Before y'all start, will you take over and make the camera right and stuff and do the?
Oh, my bad. For the Q&A.
Yeah, so it's just them.
Make a
stuff,
layout.
You know?
Oh,
well,
yeah,
you know how it's just them and stuff. You know, I ain't that technical with it.
I'm on it right now.
But we got it started, boy. I say was on a nigga neck. I'm glad I can fly up.
My apologies for oversleeping, gentlemen. Luckily, I have an amazing team. As you see, they held it down and got it together. I woke up at 5:30 and thought I was going to lay back down for an hour. It's 9:30. I'm waking up. All right, give me about 60 more seconds. We got Pitbull over here. Make him big. Will be small with us. Okay, we got a new layout made for you, gentlemen. Let me make our shade a little bit bigger. Make y'all the same size. Save. Here we go. New layout. Everybody's in their right spots. Let's get it. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
All right, this the question. That's humble. That's your job. Go ahead.
All right, so this is the cross-examination. We're going to do the camera. This is the cross-examination. So we're going to start with Pitbull with the 8 minutes. Pitbull, you can ask questions. Ase, you can answer the questions. The reason I'm making the cross-examination is because I want you two brothers to mix it up in there. I know y'all some respectful brothers, so I know we ain't going to get too crazy, so we ain't got to put y'all on a restricted question and answer round. So y'all already know, just don't drag out the questions too long, and don't be trying to don't drag out the question and don't drag out the answers. But let's get it in there. Pitbull, time start when you start talking, bro.
So I want to ask you, in Deuteronomy 32:12, continuing on from 7, right, all the way down to verse 12. When you get in verse 12, it reads, "And Yahuwah led Israel, and there was no strange God with him," in the actual text. So I would have to ask you, why are you associating any other El Baal deity within this passage when the passage itself says there was no deity with him or no deity exchanging anything?
And you said that, and that's after Deuteronomy 32, correct?
That's the same verse. It's the same verse. It's just down from verse 7 where we started when you made that claim. If you keep reading, when it talks about he divided and gave all the inheritance and all these things
that we talking about, correct?
It's that verse. It's just from 7 all the way down to 12.
Verse and you're saying another verse. Is it Deuteronomy? Is it Deuteronomy 32? Is it Deuteronomy?
Yes, it's Deuteronomy 32
and 8.
It's 32 and 12.
Or is 32 and 12? So it's after the verses we talking about, correct?
Deuteronomy 32 and 12.
Yeah, so that's after 8 and 9, right?
So this is right after. This is right after he makes the inheritance given.
Right after 8 and 9, you don't have to do that. We know what we know. We know how to count. 12 is after 9, right?
I ain't know how to make sure.
So what's taking place is what I've already kind of discussed within the presentation. At that time, by that time, yes, because he has been allotted this space for him. He is now the most high of Israel. But that's his inheritance. That's his land. So why would there be anybody with him if it blatantly already said that? And for Yahweh, Israel is inheritance. And then you go on after that verse and you say what you just said. So that's why. Duh.
No.
That's kind of plain as day. You're saying no. So maybe you shouldn't ask questions that you feel like you have a preconceived answer already. You already have the answer to. That's funny. That's not genuine. That's not how we end. That's not how we do cross-examination. So you can keep on going because you're not done. You're still on the clock.
I thought it was like a little rapid fire popcorn Q&A type thing, but so that's your answer? Of
course.
Okay, what's your question?
That ain't how this works.
No. This your 8 minutes, Pitbull.
Oh, I got a full 8 minutes to just ask a question. Okay. I thought we were going back and forth.
Man, you know how we get it in, Pitbull.
No doubt. No, I really honestly thought that.
Go ahead.
So in Exodus, you said that Yahuwah didn't have an identified name. So in Exodus 3:15, when Moses took the commandments from Yahuwah on Mount Sinai, and he came down after Yahuwah giving him the name, how did he give him a name if he didn't have a name?
That's not a name. That's not a name. As I showed within my presentation, that we see it's a title, for we see Yahweh of Samaria, Yahweh of Timon, where it's giving a descriptor. It's not a name, bro. You should know
it doesn't. It doesn't say Yahweh.
Or is it literally means what does Yod Hey Wah Hey mean?
Yahuwah.
That's how you pronounce it, of course.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Yeah, exactly. Enunciation and pronunciation is the variation of the title. It's the attribute of the title. So when it says
of the title, you say.
No. What I said was, when you say what you just said, it's not the text is verifying and clarifying that it's the name outside of, because he says it in Deuteronomy 32:7, and in Deuteronomy, 34:14. So again, how are you saying it's not a name when he said, "This is my name throughout the generations forever"? So are you saying that the text is a lie? And what scholar are you to say that? That's the question. That's the question right there.
That was a good question that you just asked. Was the text a lie? With the Masoretic understanding that I'm pretty sure you subscribe to, because you're not a Qumran Jew. I know that for a fact. I know you're not a Samaritan, right? So we see that more than likely you're subscribing to the Jerusalem. And you said it's a text a liar. Yes, actually, if you was actually to look at the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Greek Septuagint, and then look at the Masoretic, you'll find over 2,000 conflicts. You'll find over 2,000 issues and problems and differences. So that's the reality of what's going on with the text. But no, you keep going. I don't want to overtalk.
Oh, my whole thing is, again, you're only pointing out parallels in denying the text that all scholars abide by when discussing these things. And in fact, we're having a debate on this very thing from that book. So now you say the book is a lie, but you would have to prove the book wrong, whether you believe it's a lie or not. You got to go based off of the information that is in that text. I just want to clarify that. Now, my next question is, when we see that the Edomites have their own god by the name of Kos, is QSO, right? They got their own deity. So you said that this is an Edomite and a Canaanite god, but they actually have their own national god, right?
No.
Yes. No. They absolutely do have their own national god. Edom does. You want a fact check?
Yes.
Let's get a fact check real quick.
The reality of Coast.
Hold on, wait.
Reality of Coast. Let me speak. I mean, hold on, wait, because you said something, and
we gotta just go to the fact checker, right?
Coast.
Yeah, it's the national Canaanite god.
Yes. Kos was the name that we see within certain inscriptions in association with the deity, right? But this is the thing. But this is the consensus on Kos.
No. Let's deal with the sources from the scholars.
Hey, is this how you want to do this?
But I'm saying you're trying to now. But we already asked.
The issue is that
we already asked for the fact check.
No, I know we didn't. No, we're not.
Yes, we asked for the fact check because you said it wasn't.
I didn't see.
So now I'm saying let's prove this to be true.
We didn't talk about the fact check.
What do you mean? So you saying right now you don't want to check that fact, Mr. Fact Sourcer? Shut up. Let's check it.
May I respond? I'm asking the moderators. May I respond?
I don't have a problem with you responding, but it's my question and answer. You're on the hot seat right now. I'm asking you to answer to what I'm asking you to answer to.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Pitbull. Yeah, Ashe. Go ahead, respond.
Fuck y'all doing, man?
Go ahead.
So are we saying we don't have to answer the questions accurately? We just get to give false information?
Hold on, Pitbull. Let Ashe respond.
This is the reality, dog. And you want to fact check this? We gonna fact check this. And we can fact check afterwards. After you give your pseudo point, after I give my point, then we can take it to the fact check. The consensus on Kos is that they don't really know who the hell Kos is. They know it was attested within Edom, right, and associated to some later Edomite king names. But the solid consensus is they still are heavily leaning towards the side that this is still just another name to describe Yahweh. For when you see that it's a vase in the head of this horned deity, but there's no inscription around it, centering it, that says that this is Kos. There's nothing around that says that this is Kos. They just see Kos within there. They know Kos was worshipped. Now we can fact check that. We can fact check.
So okay. It's my 8-minute question. Now you saying skip. Hold on, you saying 1 second, but it's my question and answer round, right?
No, the bomb just went off. That means
wow, so, that's crazy.
Hold on though, because y'all did ask for some fact checks here. Yes. Now, what was it that y'all was asking to be fact checked?
He's saying that Kos.
I said, let me answer him. Okay. I said to fact check that Kos, QOS, is the Edomite national god, and it has archaeology associated to it.
And you got that?
Yeah.
And my point was that stance, far as the horned deity being, they don't know who Kos is, and they're still even arguing that Kos may have been.
No, that's what you saying.
The Edomites were referring to Yahweh.
That ain't what my sources say.
Bro, can I just talk, bro?
I mean, we just talk. You gotta let him get his question out.
So you can look up what I'm saying. Look up what he's saying. I'm not taking no validity away from he's saying. But he does not.
I'm the one that asked for the fact check to what I said.
Among scholars, that this may be a cosmic.
Oh no!
I mean, when you look it up, you'll see. I don't have.
So hold on. So with the fact check of both of y'all fact checks came back valid. Kos is an Edomite god, but Yahweh was also worshipped, and so a lot of their artifacts get messed up, and so a lot of people associate Kos with Yahweh. Kos' origin is unknown. They just know that he was right. What we're gonna do is, though, real fast, so we don't take up too much time, is we're gonna get the Ashe cross-examination 8 minutes. Let's get it, Brodies. Whenever you start talking,
you didn't even show.
Ready?
You didn't even show the source.
So I noticed so what I peeked throughout this whole debate that we was having, Pitbull, was that you were talking about the Shasu, you were talking about all of these southern areas. You even talked about these. You even talked about Canaan in a little bit, like the Highlands. I heard you reference the Highlands. So
absolutely.
And you referenced the deities in that region. Who was it that Abraham came in contact with while he was still in Mesopotamia under this title El Shaddai? Who was that?
Are you speaking of Melchizedek?
No. No. What was the name given to Abraham?
Abram? The name given to Abraham was Abram.
Are you serious right now? What was?
Oh, you talking about the name of the God? Oh, El Elyon. El Elyon.
What?
El Shaddai.
El Shaddai. Thank you. Third time always a good one. Now, who was that? Who was that?
That was a deity, right? Or the title for deity from that language, but it would have been Yahuwah Elohim, because in the Hebrew text, it states that they didn't know him by his name, Yahuwah. They know him by Al Shaddai.
Why?
So the text clarifies what they mean, and here's why. Like I just told you, this is a regional thing, and you refuse to accept this, but you showed it all through your presentation that it was multiple L's all throughout the Levant region, and multiple facets of L and different attributes of L and different types of L all through that region, because that is only a title, especially in the Ugaritic, that is denoted to deity, Most High God. But when we get specific, there's no specifics in it. That title.
Calm down.
Nah, ain't that.
So you have no way of showing me that all of these L's that you brought out tonight are the same.
You overloading your answer.
No, you just overloaded your answer and said everything you wanted to say. Let me know when you're done.
I gotta moderate, man.
I'm saying.
Oh, it's Ashay 8 minutes. It's Ashay 8 minutes. Go ahead, Ashay.
Oh, come on now.
So before you filibuster it, what is the reason that the other Israelite, why did God have to come up with a new name? Why couldn't he come to Moses with the same name that he had? And why is it that we see this guy, Yohewahe, Yahuwah, he's coming from the south, right? Marching from Sierra, Paran, all of these places down south, but you still say that this is the same guy that Abraham met. How does this southern deity get all the way up north in Mesopotamia?
Because they were close in trade route. They did a lot of things. But when you say this God and that God, this is what I just told you, and you still refusing to accept the fact that this is verbiage. It does not denote the same God. The God of the Torah doesn't do the same as that one up there. When I showed during the debate in my first and second round that they had, hold on, let me finish answering the question. When I showed in the second round that all of the deities in these surrounding areas, right, dealt with these pastoral people as well, pretty sure they probably took some of that way, because they're talked about in the Egyptian tablets. But moreover, what they were actually doing, right, in worship and in praise, is something totally different than what they were doing up north, where you mentioned it. So you would have to prove and solidify through the faith and customs of the people that they was doing the same thing under Yahuwah, the God of Israel, in this Elo person that you're speaking of on the other side. That's why I'm telling you it's only parallels. That's all you've shown all debate. Was parallels.
All right, that's filibustering.
It's not filibustering. I'm answering your question.
He answered the question a long time ago. Now that's filibustering. Come on, man.
Come on, man. You're like the truth, bro. It's okay. Next question.
You wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to do that in court, bro.
Next question.
That's not how this works.
Next question.
Now, anyways, you didn't answer my question. Now,
I did.
You keep on saying that there are many L's. When in my presentation, what are the many L's that I presented? Since I said there are many L's, would you like to present at least 2 L's that I presented? At least 2, since there are many that I mentioned.
You mentioned several L's.
Who?
From, watch this. You mentioned El Elyon. You mentioned El Shaddai.
I never mentioned El Shaddai within the presentation.
You just did. Yeah, you did.
I just told you that now. But
no, stop.
I just mentioned that within
You just tried to use this with the elephant.
You were already saying that.
You
were already saying that.
I was allowed to answer the question, bro. See, this is how you know he gets cut. No, I'm not, brother. You asked me. Bro, you asked me to answer your question.
Within the last, literally.
Can I answer the question?
My whole presentation.
May I answer the question? You don't have to blow a head gasket, brother.
So what
you're taking a beating right now.
What are the many L's?
I just told you too. I answered your question. Deal with it. And the fact of the matter is, you ain't showed nothing to prove this is tied to the God of Israel, not one bit. Ask your next question, man.
Hold on, this is what
Ask your next question, man.
You just said El Shaddai. You just said El Shaddai was
We're
the
talking
God
about
of
attributally.
You just said El
we ain't
Shaddai
talking about no title.
Israel. But then in
I'm not talking about no title.
These L's have no association to the God of Israel.
They don't.
What is it going to be?
They don't.
I don't let him to talk this way. This is
okay.
wild.
Can I answer what you just said? The reason I keep stressing this to you because you're not comfortable. It's like going one ear like the other. No. Let me say this. I gotta say this because you keep saying what I already told you. Listen, you keep saying what I already told you when it comes down to the linguistics.
Get in and get out the way.
That's what I'm doing. When you look at the linguistics and how they phrase things, like God, the term El was used broadly. It was not a specific term.
What is El Elyon?
You already broke that down. It's high God.
He's not going to answer.
It's high God. It's the high God. That's what it means.
What does Elyon mean then? What does Elyon mean?
The chief deity.
What?
It's chief deity.
Well, it got the word El in it.
What is that? Right.
So what does the El and Elyon mean?
The El and Elyon means all. High God.
What?
God. In the
Elyon means God, right?
Uh-huh.
Now we getting somewhere.
These are all titles.
So what does the L? So what does the L? What does the first L before Elyon mean? Because it's El Elyon. So it's God.
This is why you said in debate earlier, they had to change it. Look, they had to change it. And if you was to walk that down and we fact check, they're gonna say they changed it because they didn't want to repeat that same word. So absolutely yes.
Yes, okay, I got one more question. Family, and I need y'all to pause it because I need y'all to go into his slide for this one. Please go back into the slide that has Mark S. Smith on it. Go to
I got a bunch of those.
Pull it up, family.
I got a bunch of them.
Pull that up, Humble.
I thought we were doing questions and answers.
I stopped the time, and since he asked for the time stop, I should let y'all know what time it is. It's 7 minutes and 21 seconds. So, Pete, you got time to pull up your slide?
Humble got the slide.
Yeah, have him pull it up.
Humble got him.
And then
I got y'all.
And then you got to get to explain your answer. Then that might have been the wrong time to answer that.
Mark S. Smith, right?
Yep. The one Mark S. Smith on the picture. The one he said Mark S. Smith was quoting, but he ain't let us know what book, no nothing.
You're cap.
So go back to Mark S. Smith.
Is this one, huh?
Right.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, I'm going to read it. I'm going to ask him a question.
Okay, restate. Yeah, read it.
Restate your question. It says here,
wait, hold on.
Real historical interaction and cultural continuities exist. Hebrew text shows profound theological transformation toward covenantal monotheism. What does transformation into covenantal monotheism mean, brother?
This means, just like the text would tell you, the nation of Israel's fathers had a covenant with that same God before they broke it, and it was passed still on to their son through the covenant of Abraham in his seed through Ishmael. So they did. Stop. You let me finish. Brother, you have to. Bro, you ain't gonna let stop, bro. If you're not gonna let me answer the question, bro, don't ask me no question. Y'all gotta debate. And listen, y'all gotta control this dude. He asked me a question. He asked me a question, man. He asked me a question.
We're gonna let Pitbull answer.
He answered it, bro.
No, I didn't finish answering. You cut me off while I was in the middle of answering your question. Stop running from the Bible. That's what you're gonna do. Stand on it, because you started a debate about it, so you got to deal with what's in it.
All right, sum your question up. What you say, Pitbull? What you say?
I got to stop that 7. I got to stop that 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right, sum your answer up, Pitbull.
So I'm gonna finish answering my question. His question. The fact of the matter is, the text itself tells you why that took place. They went into idolatry and was punished for it in different provinces and captivities, and we can see that in history, where they were captives in different regions, all throughout that Levant region and abroad.
That's the answer. That is his answer. Now, that contradicts what it says, because you are now saying that they had a shift and moved into idolatry, but what your own source said they had a transformation and moved towards, which means they're going into something, which means they're going into monotheism. That's a difference.
No, it's not.
8 minutes. That's the 8 minutes, y'all. That's the 8 minutes, y'all. All right. Now we're gonna get into your 5 minute closing.
Let's give them a 6 minute closing.
6 minute closing. Let's get it.
They want to touch on, so they can touch on. Is that enough time for y'all? What y'all say?
Yeah, that's cool. I gotta get up out of here. My wife done got home anyhow. It's been fun for real.
Cool with that?
Get out. I'm gonna take a shower.
Go. All right, 6 minute closing.
It's on me, right?
Yeah, we're gonna close out with Pitbull, and then I.
No, it's on Ase, ain't it?
It's on you. It's on
I'll just mess with Ase. I'll start my time. I'm gonna close it out with this right here, man. It's gonna be short and sweet. I'm gonna use the whole 6 minutes though, for sure.
Time started.
All right, so I appreciate everybody for coming out tonight. In closing, I want to just close with the fact that the brother never showed anything that is not still being debated among scholars as solid proof, and he's doing and playing into their theology of let's see what we can do and see how much we can prove with this ancient history. And it's shown in the history that there are so many differences within the way that the people worshipped the God of Israel versus all the other pantheons. Each individual nation in that area had their own God through pantheon, which he did a great job for me on showing that they were so set apart. Israel being, and you know, all he did all debate long was show parallels on how these people did what they did through language in the way that they verbalized their God and their deity, and how that they used their deity. That's what he showed. He couldn't show you no text to prove that he was the same deity in Deuteronomy 32. Deuteronomy 32 and 7, verse 7 to 12. I proved that the text solidified that it was only one El. So how he chooses to flip that and turn that, how he tries to position that El would still be referenced as the God of Israel to no other people. So again, it's ontologically a unique deity for a specific people, just like all the other pantheons had a specific unique deity. So what he wants to do is he wants to rob Yasharal of their culture, deity, and associate it to others, because remember, they didn't know him as a specific name, right? Then we see clearly they had a covenant where it was still supposed to be monotheistic through Abraham, but they broke that covenant. So he can't get away from that. And there's no way we can see this any other way, because that was the basis of the debate. And he failed to prove two deities within that text. By any standards, could he have won this debate? Now, what he did do a great job is show that there were so many deities in that region being worshipped by the people of the actual geographical locations and borders, you know, in their respective lands, worshipped just how they did. But what he did, again, failed to show is how this equated to the laws, statutes, and commandments and the rules that are within the Torah. I showed you guys over and over and over where the God of Israel told him don't deal with other gods. He was going to smash other gods. He didn't want to deal with other gods. And he was the ontologically supreme God over all gods. So again, it's no comparison to what he brought out tonight through the Ugaritic and the Elephantine and any of these other pantheons that are outside of the Hebrew people's culture and traditions. He can't deny that fact. And this is what we've seen all night from my end in what I brought out in this debate. Again, pay attention to the parallels. Know and understand the antiquatal structure and how these different deities was in different places and worshipped at different times, how he tried to pull them all together as if it was going on all at the same time when it was people migrating in and out of that region, like he was saying, and I was saying that I agree that was bringing other deities and all of these different things to that culture. But what he did was he used a modern consensus to put up the argument that they're still arguing to this day with zero certainty or truth to the matter, because they haven't concluded that absolutely it is. But we do see in practice, culture, and customs, they're complete obsolete and opposite. The only thing that would make them be a resemblance is the verbiage, because they spoke the same family root origins in Afro-Asiatics languages. That's what we see, and that's what I showed all night tonight. And I appreciate everybody for being here. I want to appreciate A1 and O. In the Coliseum over here, the debate lead for having me, and shout out to Ase. How much time I got?
You got five minutes and 3 seconds. So that means
5 minutes.
You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes and
1 minute.
57. Oh yeah. I forgot, not 8 minutes. We doing
yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, we doing
6 minutes. Okay, cool. I'll wrap it up with this. Like I said, no problem. Yeah, I want to thank the league for having me again. A1, all y'all, good people, everybody for pulling up. It definitely was a good one, and you know we got to definitely see that this brother didn't pull any understanding in with what he brought out, but he did put up a good fight. And I'll wrap it up right there. I yield my time. I see you, girl.
Share my screen, please. White dude took all that time to talk about me and flatter me. I'm gonna keep him.
Just start him up.
So what we have right here is an excerpt from Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Canaan by John Day. This is what he got to say about Yahweh and El on page 13. He said, where Yahweh and El originally same deity. What was the relationship between Yahweh and the Canaanite god El? In the Old Testament, Yahweh is frequently called El. The question is raised whether Yahweh is a form of the god El from the beginning, or whether they were separate deities who always became equated later. The Old Testament itself indicates some sense of discontinuity, as well as continuity in both the E, which would be the Elohist, and the P, which would be the priestly sources coming from the documentary hypothesis, imply that the patriarchs did not know that the name Yahweh and that this was the first revealed to Moses, which we just discussed in the Q&A. In contrast to the J source, right, to the source where the name Yahweh was already known in primeval times. The P source specifically states that the patriarchs had previously known God under the name El Shaddai, which he just admitted. In the 19th century, J. Wellhausen believed Yahweh to be the same as El, and more recently, this became particularly argued by F.M. Cross and J.C. DeMoore, D.E. Moore, right? However, then following arguments may be brought against this. First, in the Ugaritic text, the god El is revealed to be the holy benevolent in nature, whereas Yahweh was fierce as well as has a fierce as well as a kind side. Secondly, Benninger has rather emphasized the earliest evidence, such as that found in Judges 5:4 of chapter 5, verses 4 through 5, associated Yahweh with the storm, which was not something with which El was connected to at all. Rather, this is a reminiscent of Baal, right? Right? So we see this right here. So he said, I conclude, therefore, that El and Yahweh were originally distinct deities that became amalgamated. This view was held as long ago as FK movers and has been argued since by scholars such as Eisfeld and T&B Menninger. This is these guys. That's just one. I want you to share my screen again, so you might have to pause the time just briefly while I go to this other source. Right? Because this dude is wild. We'll go over here. This is on El Shaddai. You got it up there?
You up?
Regarding El Shaddai. The most widely, this is what it says. This is why we go get out of here. This important title, often found in connection with the name El, is found in several biblical passages and references to Israel's God, Genesis 17:1, etc. Numbers, Job, Psalm. El Shaddai is P's favorite title for God before the revelation of the divine name to Moses. What is meaning? Well, what is the meaning? And what is this historical derivation? Traditionally following the Septuagint or ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, which uses Pantocrator, and the Vulgate, a Latin translation by the Bible by Saint Jerome, which uses omnipotence. The term has often been rendered in English translation as Almighty, but it is now generally considered that this interpretation is fallacious and possibly stems from a similar sounding Hebrew word, SGD, meaning to destroy. Some modern scholars have suggested several other possibilities, such as connecting it with the Hebrew word Sod, meaning breast. However, since El Shaddai was a male deity, this seems somewhat unlikely. Another suggestion is that it's related to the Hebrew word Sadeh, meaning field. However, this root uses a different sibilant, which is sin, and its root that rather than Shaddai does, which is shin. The most widely accepted scholarly view is that El Shaddai means El, the mountain one, relating Shaddai to the Akkadian word Shadu, which means mountain. Besides being a strong cognate, there are also several other historical factors that seem to lead to this conclusion. For instance, F.M. Crosses noted a Hurrian hymn, which specifically describes El as the one of the mountain. El, the Ugaritic. The word is often used to describe the Amorite deity Ilu Amuru, whose consort is Astratum, the counterpart of the Canaanite high god El's consort Asherah. Moreover, the Deir Allah inscription uses Sadin in parallel with Ayin in its references to the gods of the assembly. Finally, El and his divine assembly are met on a mountain. We talked about El and his divine assembly. Given all of these factors, then El Shaddai very possibly means El, the mountain one, and is most probably originally a divine title or epithet derived from the Canaanite high god El. Notes I have relied primarily on John Day's discussion on this epithet in his section El Shaddai and Yahweh and the gods and goddesses of Canaan, which we just read an excerpt for. So we are now seeing that, bruh, it's clear there's monotheism, it's polytheism in this joint. When you show Marquez Smith, he said y'all had a transition, y'all had to transform into this monotheistic ideology. El Shaddai is not Yahweh coming from the north, coming from the south. Because how does this Seir Puran God who's coming from the south, it's coming from the south, and then we got this guy who is meeting this dude in the north in Mesopotamia, El Shaddai. We see what's going on because even the Mari tablets, which is still going more northern, we see that El was a deity there. Yahweh don't appear as no deity there. Yahweh around these times, before biblical times, was down south, Midian, Edom, Seir. That's where he was doing this thing at Shasu. Mesopotamia, you go up there, they got mentions of El, the old high god. And it's not your guy, bro. That's what happened when you're dealing with a text that has all of this cross-cultural information. Abraham is born in Mesopotamia. He travels to Canaan. Right? So first of all, Israelites, give up the Levantine identification. You need to be looking more at Mesopotamia because that's where your forefather coming from. Right? Totally different from where your God coming from. Just in case you might want to make up your mind. Is it El Shaddai or is it Yahweh? I know it was cool for y'all to put them together because that made sense to you. That don't make sense when we actually doing the whole layout and we observing the origins of these people, the gods, and where these gods dwelled. Huh? God, your God ain't never said he was from Mesopotamia. He ain't never said Yahweh, who came from Mesopotamia, who came from Anatolia. Come on, bro. Come on, man. I'm done, bro. Do the poll. Let's see what's going on. See what the people feel, man. We ain't got to drag this out.
That was a Harlem Shake, man. He just did a Harlem Shake. That's all you just did, man.
Drop this off the screen, Quantum. Yep. Hey, man, that was a. Well, let me go back. It came up real quick. Man, that was a heck of a fight right there, man. I really enjoyed that, man. Anytime I get to see my brothers go back and forth, get in the ring, go at each other like that, it's always to see. Hey, man, I see these brothers on the regular, bro. But for everybody out there, we know y'all been engaging. I see you, Brother Capone. I see you get engaging in the comments. I see you, Brother Ben Eaton. We appreciate you as well, Brother Ben Eaton. Hey, man, give us who you rocking with, man. Type down there who you rocking with.
I'm putting the poll up right now.
I was just about to go over to you, A1. Give you my poll up something.
No, go ahead, hold it down. When I get this right.
Yeah, with it.
I'm trying to get some.
Oh, go ahead, Connor.
I'm trying to get some of these. What's up, everybody in the chat, man? Y'all was very active during the debate. I'm trying to get some of these super chats out. We had some super chats throughout the debate. We're gonna get them out. Couple. We got to represent for them that support Titans Debate League.
Yeah, big shout out for Titan Debate League, man. A1 and Humble Misley for holding it down, man, and hosting me, man. It's my first event over here, man. It feel good, man. Feel like home, I'm gonna do my thing wherever I'm at, man. Excuse my language, man. Y'all know my passion. Y'all know the way I'm gonna kick it every time I'm here to kick it.
Yeah, man. I definitely want to shout out the Titan Debate League, man. Y'all, appreciate y'all for having me, man. And like he said, shit ain't my last either. I'll be back through here to kick it with y'all, man. I'm definitely gonna do mine every time. We rock out. Shout out to the brother Ase. It was a good debate. Pseudo from his stance, but it was a good debate. You know what I'm saying? He brought a lot of information, for real. So I'll be back for sure. Do my thing some more.
I say you on the cam up. I say you on the cam. Yeah. I say you on the cam up and say something.
That loud, boy.
I got to get everybody on the big screen. Hold up, them there that just got down. What up? You want to say something?
Yeah, I already said my spiel.
Yeah, he said his spiel.
All right, bet.
Hey, come on, play the 16 tournament joint.
Bet. Because we got it coming.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Hey, and I definitely appreciate both of you gentlemen tonight. Y'all put on an amazing show. Definitely brought that fire to the stage. Pitbull, it's my first time seeing you in action. I'm liking what I see, brother.
No doubt.
Definitely gonna have to set you up with something else.
No doubt.
Definitely. And yeah, you know, I'm not gonna say too much. We about to do an after show. And let me get that. I gotta get your poll finished. I'm trying to do it on my phone, and I think I should just do it on the computer. But actually, I got it. Yeah. Can you start the after show so we can keep this tight for the judges? I am going to have this judged based on the scorecards. Ase didn't get a copy of the scorecard, but I think he held his own. So we'll see how that goes. And again, you guys can go off of the poll or the scorecard, whichever you like. But I'm going to just go ahead and put it through the regular math like we normally do.
No doubt.
We got. Let me try to. You want me to keep this going?
Well, I don't. Can you start it without kicking us all off the stage like you do? Want to keep this tight for the judges. It's a regular debate. We should. We should an after party with it because I don't want it to.
I think I can be able. I can start a new. Within this, everybody that's on the stage will be here. It'll just be that everybody in the chat will have to repost it.
Don't talk when we go announce the dub.
Give him about a week. I'm gonna send it to him in the morning, and then we can do it next weekend.
We y'all gonna do the poll. We y'all gonna do the poll.
Yeah, I got to do it on my computer. My phone won't let me do it.
Okay, I just
so hold on. Yeah, let me. I can't talk and chew bubblegum. Somebody else talk back real quick.
Okay. Y'all hit me with that Kiss Happiness package, man. You got that? Kiss Happiness package. Oh man.
Hey, Pitbull. How I feel to be on a big stage, bro.
You know, this ain't my first rodeo on the big stage. I done debated on YouTube multiple times. You know what I'm saying? In the ring with this brother multiple times, debated you a couple of times. So, you know, it ain't nothing new. You feel me?
We did it right? We only did the Ring of Fire once.
Huh?
I think we only did the Ring of Fire once.
You know what I'm saying? You know, we did a debate. Me and you did a debate on the Ring of Fire, TikTok. We was all in the alley. What I'm saying is, you know, man, it's another debate, man. You know, I definitely enjoyed it. I like the environment for sure, man. We're gonna be definitely doing as much as I'm allowed to around here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, listen, you definitely got some shucks in the comments.
Yeah,
Definitely got some shucks out there waiting.
And that's cool. I know a lot of people don't like the Torah, man. They feel like it's made up in these things, and then they do what Ase just tried to do. And this is why I seen one person say, he just made Ase's point. No, I didn't make Ase's point. What I did was I showed that Ase's point does not parallel with what the Torah says. And what the people of the Torah that was the sweet. The only way, I mean, we can't say F the Torah.
That was one of the most intelligent Hebrew Israelites I know who said that. That's why that stuck out to you. That was Brother Kasai who said that. And Kasai is very intelligent. So for him to say that, so for him to say with that comment that you just made, when you said that somebody said that he just made his point, that was Brother Kasai said that. And
what I'm saying is,
and that's what happened when you just put in work in ChatGPT. I didn't go back and actually read your work. That's why you was up in there saying stuff like Israel transformed into monotheism. Like,
that was never said.
Okay, gentlemen, the debate is over. The debate is over. No more rounds. The link is in the chat. Go vote. Everybody take that link. I'm going to post it in the private chat for you gentlemen right here. Take the link, go vote. Send it to your peoples. Do what you got to do. People in the chat who saw this, we'd appreciate if you hit these polls first, as you should. Put the link to everybody. Go vote. I thought I'd be out here saying
that. Don't send it to your people if they ain't see the debate.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that too. Like as I was saying it.
Oh yeah, vote for me, man. Hey, this it, man. This the link.
That's why I'm gonna have it judged, because sometimes it can be that, and it can be whoever got the bigger entourage. You know.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message titansdebateleague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here. Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League, only the brave speak here. History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigms, the clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the titans. It's the clash of the titans.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now. Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.